All right, hello. Uh, slight delay because I had a late lunch, so yeah. But hi there. But yeah, let's get right to it. I think at most there's like an hour left. At most there's like an hour left, probably an hour and a half left of the game. But since I had the day planned anyway, may as well. But like after that, we'll see. But then, obviously, there's still gonna be like the credit scene. But like, we'll see. Let's get right into it. Cause I think like by this point, like we have everything. We have like the big evidence that is like, low. We got Clint's writing. Clint killed 4 people before he got stabbed. Yeah. But apparently, like, there's something like, apparently wild with Clint's confession. Yeah, Clint was the one. Yeah, implying that I come from like what, a royal heritage, an aristocracy heritage. Sure, sure, but yeah, we don't know what exactly. Do I? No. No. 998 subs, yeah. We're getting there. It's getting there. Like sometimes it's weird, like sometimes people just sub like when I'm not doing anything. Like during the times like during like my 1 week break sometimes it's like there's people subbing like, okay, cool, cheers. It just happens like that sometimes. But yeah. We don't know what Clint's will exactly says. 999 must be Junpei. Ha. But yeah, we don't know what Clint's will exactly says. We know it's a confession that he was the professor and he got his dog. It's called Baumung. That's it, Baumung. Baumung, like the... Is it a dragon or is Baumung the sword that Siegfried wielded? No, that's Fafnir, yeah. I think it's a sword that Siegfried used or something like that. That's where the name comes from, rather. You have a massive gold ring with JFJ on it. Ha. Hey, welcome. Yeah, I think like we literally just have like 1 hour left of this trial at most, plus post-credit scene, maybe. We'll see, because like this is pretty much gonna be the thing that ends, that like destroys Strongheart, pretty much. So let's see how that goes. Did I see the story trailer for Kafka? Yeah, I watched it. I watched it. It's good that we finally see Sam. How are you gonna make this in our stream then? I'm not. This will be like this will probably be like, I'm gonna do the bonus escapades, like really short stories or something from the, like, after this probably. Like it's like these like really short stories and stuff, so I'll do that as well. But yeah, it'll probably be like what, 2 to 3 hours tops. We'll see. This might be a short, this will be pretty short, but like I didn't want to push it yesterday, so yeah, we'll see. Alright, let's present the evidence. Wait, my lord. As it happens, the defense does have evidence to present. What? Don't be absurd. There's nothing of relevance running from the time.
Objection!
It's high time you realize something, my lord. Are the ones we know nothing about and haven't seen yet. True. The anticipation. That's how gachas get you. It's like you're waiting for something big to come out. So it's like, that's how gachas get you. You're just waiting there now for like the one to come out that you really want. This gentleman has an uncanny habit of producing evidence at the final hour that had escaped everyone else's attention. Nonsense. Okay, yeah, now Van Zieks is like, he's not going to be mean to us anymore, which is nice. These were lost from 10 years straight. Yeah, but I got them, Lamau. Pretty much. Pretty much. What is it, Ryanovsky? What do you have? I dare say. The final, decisive piece of evidence that will reveal the whole truth about this rotten tale. How can you... Decisive? Well, it would appear there's no escaping it now, my lord. Let it be so then. Present whatever you think you have that can settle this decade-old enigma, if you're capable. What exactly is this evidence that the defense claims to be so decisive? Clint Van Zieks' will. Let's go. Also, like, I'm surprised, like, I was thinking, like, this game had, I know, like, one of the other Ace Attorney games did this before, where, like, you only get, like, it kills every one of your lives. Your armband. The armband, like, I'm a defense lawyer, don't worry. It's my evidence. We're fine. Alright, Clint Van Zieks' will.
Take that!
There is a single piece of evidence that can clarify what really happened 10 years ago. The Lost Will and Testament of Lord Clint Van Zieks. Ha! A wonderfully astute observation, I'm sure. But in case it had escaped your notice, that document was lost long ago. That's right, it was. Only... I have it right here. Discovered just moments ago. It was like, yeah, we found it, don't worry. Impossible. That can't be. Everything that's happened comes back to this will. This document is the key that will unlock the entire mystery. Deus Ex Clue. Okay, yeah, now Strongheart is just like snapping now. Be of fear, sick cat. Hopefully that. Hopefully you'll be okay. Hopefully you'll be okay, or like get some rest. I hope. Hopefully you get some rest. If you're ill. My brother's lost will and testament. Where did you find that? It was rolled up inside this. Inside Karama. That ultimate weapon Genshin Asoki obtained has lain undisturbed in the hilt of the sword all these years, just waiting for the right time to emerge and reveal the truth. The signature and seal slightly look official. My god, it's true. It's my brother's handwriting. There can be no mistake. DXX Karama. They did mention, like, because what's it called? Karama's always been mentioned, like, keep this blade safe. It's literally our soul. So it's like, it's been here the whole time. It's like, thankfully, Ryunosuke kept it safe when Kazuma lost his memory. Ryzen T loses effect. Hopefully stay warm there. Stay warm. I also like how the judge basically ordered Phoenix to hand over evidence to them. Phoenix only did this, and Ryunosuke just says, "Nah, screw you, I don't care." Ha. I guess Ryunosuke learned never to give the evidence to the person directly. Well, I mean, because like, what's it called? Like in the first case with Giselle Brett, and like she just took the bottle from what's his name? Hosonaga. I guess he learned. I forbid the consular document from being read out. Do you hear me? I strictly forbid it.
Objection!
You can't do that, my lord. The document could explain everything. The document could literally destroy the meaning of justice in this country. I demand that you hand it to me at once. Your net's still lagging, huh? Why? What are you trying to hide? Could it be that you already know what's written on this page? What are you implying? Court is adjourned with immediate effect. Clear the courtroom.
Objection!
Do that, my lord. And you suffer a fatal blow as Lord Chief Justice. I beg your pardon? Forcibly ending a trial without good reason. And not any trial, a closed trial by order of Her Majesty the Queen. To defy the monarch's will is treason. Yeah, he's lost it now. He's gone. He's lost. Lord Clint Van Zieks redid pen a will that day. It's as a young Japanese man said. Read it out, now. We have a right to hear what's in that will. A right, and a duty. Well, well, my lord. It would rather appear as though proceedings aren't going to go quite as you'd hoped. You fools. Go ahead, Rinosuke. Read it. Who's the people in the back? Oh no, it's the other members of the judiciary, like prosecutors, lawyers, all that stuff, police. It's just members of the judiciary, pretty much. So like, it's a closed court, but there's still people there, just not public. It's not like general public, just like, but it's like, what's it called? Actual judiciary members. Rinosuke's suite, pretty much. Gregory Edgeworth. I mean, he's not even born yet. He's not even born yet. Go ahead, Rinosuke. Read it. The prosecution gives its full support. Very well, then. No. For God's sake. Alright, yeah, now he's lost it. I penned this, my last will and testament, in the final moments before my inevitable and willing death. The hour is 11 PM, and I sit at my writing desk in my office. My good friend Asogi stands at my shoulder. He has expressed his intent to invoke the dying ritual of the duel, that I may depart this world with honor. Ah, okay. He did kill him, but it's like a duel. It was a duel. An honor of which I am utterly undeserving. The Japanese are truly merciful people. I, Clint Van Zieks, Lord of the Manor of Van Zieks Estate, hereby confess the following. I am the killer, who has come to be known in society as the Professor, guilty of 4 counts of murder. I will not discourse the corruption rife among the aristocracy, for which is to me, as one of them, so apparent. However, 6 months ago, I took the life of a member of the House of Lords at the heart of the depravity. Oh, okay. Yeah, this is the one that Van Zieks was like, could my brother have really done this one? Like, it makes no sense. Like, why would he kill someone that was his friend? A demon, who habitually sacrificed the common man to further his own interests. One JFJ would do this, sure. Sure. Using his position of power. The law is impotent against such vile avarice. Only a fellow demon can rid society of this menace. That demon was my quarry, upon whom I willingly set my great hound. But though I am a hunter of some experience, I am a poor felon, it seems. My guilt was at once recognized by another, and I became subject to his extortion. He held over me the threat of exposing my wicked crime to my beloved wife and brother. Ah! Under that threat, I have done this man's bidding for months now, killing those he demanded I kill. Ah, okay. Strongheart knew already. Strongheart found out before even Asogi, and he's like, nah, now you kill people for me. As I watched my former mentor perish before my eyes. Oh, I see. Before my eyes at the jaws of the hound I commanded, I realized that I had lost the last shred of decency within me and sunk to the level of a wild beast. Oh, this is how, right? Because then right? I guess, yeah. Strongheart ordered him to kill the guy above him so that he could hurry up and become Lord Chief Justice, so that he could finally do his like crime stuff. Well, not crime stuff, but like his like sense of justice. There is no path back to the light. Be it I or my dear friend Asogi who dies this night, I'm eternally damned. Ah, I see. I guess Asogi knew that he would also be caught up in this. To my extortioner, Mayo Strongheart, may you feel the jaws of the beast at your throat every time you swallow. Damn, that's cold. Where's my part? Last day I asked you why Mr. RPGs. I thought you went with Herbalist and Priest, not the catnip. Oh right, sorry. That's like extra stuff. I mean, that's like side content. I thought you meant more like I thought you meant more with like the main story. Sorry, I also did side content. Yeah, sorry, there was side content. Sorry about that. I forgot to mention that. Sorry. It's all for justice, pretty much. That's Strongheart's motto. Van Zieks, he always does that posing. Yeah, so now we know. Yes, Clint Van Zieks was a murderer. But somebody was directing him and naming his victims. His extortioner, Lord Mayo Strongheart. It was you. Lord Strongheart, a moment ago, you claimed that while the quote has just heard could destroy justice in this country, he just means himself. He means himself. He views himself as like the leading light of justice. But you weren't trying to protect justice at all. All you were trying to do was conceal the secret of your true nature and the countless lives you sacrificed up till now. Yeah. Like, he views himself as justice. So he's not wrong, but like, that's his own selfish view. It just didn't make sense to me that the third victim, the former Lord Chief Justice, was my brother's benefactor and a man of lofty principles. As I said, Clint had no reason to kill the man. But you did, didn't you, Lord Strongheart? To eliminate the man who stood between you and the office you set your sights on. So you used your own hunting dog, Lord Clint Van Zieks, to take him down. It had to be done. Okay, so now you just admit it, like, yeah, sure. Or has he still got something up his sleeve? Lord London's unsavory shadows are deep, and the arm of the law fails to reach their depths. Crime must be cut off at the roots, but the Lord Chief Justice at the time couldn't see that. He was weak. Left for a bit yesterday at the point, I don't know how many besides Zeke killed Gretchen, now Kazuma's an assassin, now this. Yeah, this trial is wild. It's truly in Ace Attorney fashion of like twists and turns and things not being what they seem. Hey there, welcome to the stream. Lofty principles, you say. Tantamount to cowardice, if you ask me. That's why I really like mystery games, like where you just go wild, like it is twists and turns. Like I really like mystery games. This is why I took his place. In order to fight the crime, he was allowing it to spread like wildfire. By murdering the man? The Reaper, the Professor, the name makes no difference. Sholmes isn't in the room. Yeah, Sholmes was like, I have stuff to do, don't worry. You have to think out the box, yeah. And, as I've explained countless times already, it was all done for furtherance of law and order in London.
Objection!
Are you going to legitimize the murder of my father now too? Ah, Genshin Asogi. Well, that was unfortunate. So don't pretend to be a wax statue again, ha. I had fully intended to send him back to Japan, as we'd agreed. I don't believe you. It was you, wasn't it? You killed him. No, it wasn't me who took your father's life. Oh, who did then? It wasn't you? Then who? On the night following his mock execution, I went to Logate Cemetery at 3 in the morning with Jigoku. Oh! Jigoku did it! Why would Jigoku do that? Just Jigoku. He had to be a collaborator on the Japanese side to manage Asogi's treatment after his repatriation. Jigoku had fierce ambition. It made him easy to manipulate. 10 years ago, although he'd stood trial for destruction of the witness stand, I had words with him. When I told him the position of Minister of Foreign Affairs could be his, he couldn't agree fast enough. Shishiro, you fool. As you know, Asogi escaped the prison in a closed casket and was subsequently interred. We intended to dig him out the grave before he ran out of air. But sadly, all did not go to plan. Ah! And then it's, yeah, Drebber. There was an unexpected visitor to the cemetery with his own ideas about digging up graves. A man who witnessed what nobody was supposed to see. Enoch Drebber. Yeah, everything like one thing I like about everything is like really linked. Like all these cases we've done are linked in some way. In this for like the Grace Attorney ones, there's no like empty case. I feel there's nothing that's like empty where like it's just there and like it's not important at all. Like everything played a role in some way. In this game, every case played a role. It's how you write murder mysteries. I mean, because it's more like there's like some cases in Ace Attorney games where some of them just don't matter. Like, as in, at most, it's like, I mean, to be fair, some of them are good for character development, let's say, like, or like just like give more time to familiarize with the characters, like let's say Edgeworth, but like. One of my least favorite cases. I don't know why. I just don't like it. I don't like the Steel Samurai case. I don't like it. I really don't like the Steel Samurai case. I don't know why, but I just don't like it. I think maybe I do know why, but there's a bunch of reasons probably. Of course, I knew grave robbers frequented London's cemeteries. But that grave on that particular night... Lost. If people find out the convict wasn't really executed, the scandal will rock the very foundation of the Empire. Oh, when they meant to kill Drebber, but then they shot Thing by accident. Let's see. Was it accident or was it on purpose? Let's see. Then what do we do? Shoot him, Mr. Jigoku. Shoot Asogi at once. Ah. He can't live now that this has happened. He has to go. What are you talking about? You had an agreement. You promised him he could return to Japan. Everything has changed now. If the truth got out because of this, both of us would be finished. Forever. We need to it wouldn't feel good if we piecing together. True. I mean, I guess like Lord Strongheart like wanted Asogi dead anyway, but it's like he got Jigoku to hurry up and kill Asogi. Like, why not just say kill Drebber in that case? Just kill Drebber, pretty much. Too much complicated stories in the main hand. I've had it wrinkles me into almost new game. I see. I mean, to be fair, it's kind of a thing of being a bit too used. Pretty much, yeah. Getting too used to some stories. But at the same time, it's also like... they want to master execution. True, but let's kill Drebber. They could have just killed Drebber, pretty much. Just kill Drebber and then no witnesses. No, it's fine because... No, it would have been fine. They just killed Drebber. But I think Strongheart wanted Asogi dead. Like, inside he wanted him dead. But like... He bloodied Jigoku's hands, pretty much. Kill both of them. God, it's like a good storyline when everything and you realize how many pieces fall into place. Pretty much, yeah. Like the whole everything coming together thing. Come on, Jigoku, do it. Pull the trigger. Shoot. Bang. Ricochet time? No, because Drebber's alive. Jigoku shot Asogi from the shadows. The grave robber was so close. Classic setup and payoff. Pretty much. I mean, yeah, mysteries pretty much need to do a setup and payoff, pretty much. Like, otherwise it's not a mystery. It's just like, here's a funny twist that you couldn't know beforehand. By that point, it's not a mystery anymore. It's just like, what's it called? Like, a thriller or something. When it falls into place, it's usually a lot of yeah. Or misdirection. There's that too. Grave Robber was so close. The blood sprayed over his coat. He fled as fast as his legs could carry him. Then Jigoku and I put Asogi's body back in the grave from which he just emerged. When I later learnt of the waxwork modeler's presence on the scene as well, I am here to swear to two things. Never to remove the professor's mask, and never to speak of the events of that night. And with that, the secret was buried along with Asogi's corpse. I guess you can't just go killing people. You can't just go killing innocent people, because now you lost your hunting hound. So now you know what really happened in Logate Cemetery that night. You just admit all of it. I mean, by this point, it's like, it'd be stupid to not admit it. It's like, everyone can tell. It was Jigoku, your Japanese acquaintance, who killed Asogi in the end, you see. I remember, like, I mentioned back, like, in the first stream, like, how Jigoku was, like, he seemed pretty nice as a judge. Like, he wasn't, like, one of those, like, easily manipulated judges by, like, the prosecution. Or, like, way too, how to say, heavy on us. But then it's like, yeah, nah, Jigoku's a murderer. Like, 2 times murderer. Vote Shums as the Minister of Justice. Sure, if Shums goes to Japan and becomes a citizen. And then there's Strongheart. To be fair, like, Strongheart always had sus vibes, but it's like, we don't know how. I think, to be fair, it's like, I think it's like, sorry, Ace Attorney games aren't too concerned. Sorry, Ace Attorney games aren't too concerned about, oh, this guy's obviously sus. They don't really mind that. It's more about how they did it, why they did it, versus who did it, kind of deal. Ace Attorney isn't as concerned with who done it versus why, how, and all that stuff, I feel. Especially because, like, some designs obviously have that menacing aura. But again, there was the case number 3 from this game with what's her name again? The painter lady who poisoned Shamspear. So, and she doesn't look like the obvious villain. So there is some cases, but like, I feel for like the bigger villains, they don't really try to hide it. But then it's more like how, why, and how do we do it? How do we get them in the end? He claimed to be the man's friend. When push came to shove, he pulled the trigger. It's an exaggeration to make memorable. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. Like, character design over, like, just making some really cool designs for characters over making, like, the most, like, ordinary guy. Von Karma is sus in the beginning. That's how exactly that's the problem. Yeah, pretty much, yeah. And it only cares about making sure that every game has at least one corrupt member of the law. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, like, Ace Attorney games, like, they are meant to be, like, part of their messaging, theming is also, like, criticisms of the justice system. Pretty much. Pretty much, yeah. It's partly a criticism of the justice system in the first place. He claimed to be the man's friend, but when push came to shove, he pulled the trigger. In this game, we have a bunch. Yeah, this game goes much more heavier with that as well. Like, this game is, like, outright with it from the very first case. Good thing we don't ever do anything bad. I mean, we pretty much, yeah. Like, I mean, I know not everyone has played Apollo Justice here, I don't think. So there was like one moment There was one thing that was a bit shifty, but I won't say because I don't think everyone here has played Apollo Justice, so I won't say. There is one moment that's a bit shifty. Why did you why am I going to do anything? Ha ha. Just before Jigoku left the courtroom earlier, he said that the assassin exchange proposal was a demand from his British counterpart, not a request. So you coerced him too, using what happened in the graveyard. By that time, Jigoku was a foreign Minister of Foreign Affairs, negotiating treaties with Britain. You can imagine what would have happened if he came to light he murdered a compatriot 10 years ago. John Flikes Juve. Ha! He would have lost everything. I merely reminded him of that. How do you sleep at night? These past 10 years, I fought tirelessly with the darker recesses of London's criminal underworld. Also, like, I realized that, yeah, there's a lot of, like, it goes, like, there's lots of, like, there's, like, lots of similarities, like, I guess, like, contrasting or, like, similar aspects. Like, we have McGilded, well, we have, like, what's it called? One sec. Sorry about that, but yeah, as I was saying, like, there's a lot of, like, the whole thing where, like, people just go off the deep end for, like, oh, we have to punish, like, we have to, like, serve justice by, like, killing and stuff like that. We have, like, that with, like, what's his name? I forgot his actual name, ex-Benedict guy, with, like, killing McGilded, and then there's, like, Clint, and, like, what's it called? And then obviously Kazuma was gonna try and kill, was trying to go and try and kill Van Zieks by getting him executed and stuff like that. So it's pretty, like, this game is, like, pretty, like, consistent theme wise. These past 10 years, yeah. And I've used whatever means necessary to ensure that justice prevails and law and order reign supreme.
Objection.
What infamous character was the tale of Abraham Lincoln was? No idea. I've watched, like, Abraham Lincoln Vampire Hunter. But I have no idea what you mean by that. This couldn't be further from the truth. The fact is, you haven't fought crime at all. How dare you? I saved Clint Van Zieks from dishonor in his death.
Objection.
Whilst being behind the scenes, you systematically buried anyone who stood in your way. And then, you made my father take the blame. It was unavoidable. The only way to protect our justice system and public order. Oh, that's his name. I forgot his name. Let's not forget the others you killed as well. Setting the defendant up as the Reaper to cover up the truth behind the murder of countless more. That's enough. Do you have any idea of the conniving that led to the acquittals of those wretched criminals? We have to fight fire with fire. Our courts can't function without a Reaper. Oh, I see, right, because I was thinking of, like, the McGilded case as well. Like, Strongheart probably knew that McGilded would be not guilty, because he knows that McGilded was crooked. But then it's like, if what's his face, Egg Benedict guy didn't kill him, Strongheart would have got McGilded killed some way or another anyway, in order to keep up the Reaper thing. I'm just surprised that Strongheart didn't kill Gina, and like Natsume left the country pretty quick anyway. I guess like Strongheart won't kill those that aren't guilty, at least. Like he wouldn't have gone and killed Gina because I mean, nah, to be fair, he got people killed that were involved 10 years ago. But like Wilson and Gregson. But it's like he didn't kill Gina, so thanks for that at least. Thanks for not killing Gina to keep the Reaper thing going on. Gregson was choosing the target for Reaper, and Gino's just dear trainee. Oh, Gregson was choosing it. Okay, fine. No, I mean, fine. Fine. Oh, that's why Gregson was like... No, wait. Wasn't Gregson like he was worried about Gina? Wasn't Gregson always telling her that he was worried about her? That the Reaper would come for her? Wasn't he saying that to her? Like, that's why he wants to go... That's why he accepts, like, that Sholmes was pushing him to go to Paris. Yeah, because Sherlock was pushing Gregson to go to Paris, and Gregson was like, you know what, fine, I'll go Paris, and I'll bring Gina with me. Because, like, he was worried about the Reaper thing. Unless he was worried that someone else, that Stronghold would be like, yep, kill her now. I don't care, kill her now. Kind of deal. Maybe. I don't know. Because, like, I don't know, I don't know, it's just weird with Gregson, like, I know he was like, we know for sure that Gregson was part of the whole thing with, like, he's afraid of Strongheart, yeah, maybe. Like, I could imagine Gregson, like, Gregson we know did plant the ring evidence and like, hired thugs to, like, fight Asogi and Barak. But, like, I know. I think it's just because, like, Gregson is just, like, the funny fish and chips detective guy, and, like, Gina likes him. That I can't fully see him as bad. I can't. My defense, fish and chips use it when times are most dark. This is the greatest item my family has had for 3 million. I treasure it. Ha! Ha! It's got good disguise. Honestly, I can't deny that because, like, it really disarms Gregson to a lot of us. Like, he has that kind of, like, how to say, he has that kind of, like, silly design kind of deal. Like, everyone else, like, looks normal, and then you have Gregson. Well, I mean, fine, he doesn't look as he doesn't look as comedic as, like, let's say cartoony as Beppo, for example, but, like, he does still have that kind of, like, not serious look to him. Ish, in a way. He has a bit of a goofy design. A little bit goofy. So it does a really good job of disarming him. Of, like, making it seem like he's not important. While, like, let's say, for example, also, like, Mikotaba, he looks so generic that you don't think that he's important. Like, I can't deny, like, Mikotaba looks so generic that he doesn't look important. But when it turns out, no, Mikotaba was Sholmes' partner. Or is, rather. So, like, what's it called? He's dead, stop dissing. I'm not dissing him. not dissing him, just, like, it's a compliment that he looks goofy. In a good way. In a good way. Next time we play 3 decades earlier, and the characters are young Gregson in Society Underground Ring. I don't think so, but, like, that's a fun fan idea. He has a good at this guy, yeah. Can't you see all I've done for this country? This has been my struggle.
Objection!
You've done nothing. It's Lord Van Zeeks here, who worked tirelessly and justly in court while enduring the disgrace of the Reaper name. Ah, Kazuma's now defending Van Zeeks. Ah. And Gregson, fraught with anguish for having sullied his hands through a desire to do the right thing. Not to mention Genshin Asogi, who risked his life going in pursuit of the truth he tried to hide. No, the darker recesses of London's underworld were largely filled by you. Yeah, he became the darkness himself. You little. When will you get through your thick skull? His eyes are bulging. Like, it's gonna pop. This eye's gonna pop. That was all for Queen and Country. I'm tiring of that excuse. You've consistently twisted the truth for bargaining power to make others do your bidding. Nothing more. People who willingly twist the truth and coerce others have no right to call themselves part of the judiciary. I strongly suggest you don't ever talk of justice ever again. Alright, he's just lost it now. He's lost. Oh, do you have something up your sleeve? Why is it just being flamed? He's like the mastermind at the very end of this. Well, well, well. Dear me, my good fellows. Dear me. A well-deserved round of applause, I think, for a quite marvelous performance. He goes Damon Gant mode. Pretty much. Pretty much, like, he does look similar to Damon Gant. That's as well. It feels intentional. What are you talking about? Those delightfully grave expressions, that beautifully pronounced Queen's English. Really, our friends from the Far East are quite the picture of industriousness. You fraud. Keep your mockery. Yeah, you called him Gowdy first appeared, yeah. Please, don't misunderstand. It really is exactly as you both said. What are you trying to say? I have occupied the darker recesses of London's underworld, and how do you put it? Done nothing? I confess it's a little embarrassing to have it pointed out quite so starkly, but yes, I really have done nothing, which means I can be indicted for nothing. No. What? I've done nothing. You can't pin anything on me. I've done nothing. It's true. Personally, I have committed no crime. I've merely been surrounded by fools who've acted very rashly indeed.
Objection.
How is he winning? You can't get away with it. You've consistently preyed on people's weaknesses. And what? Threatened them? Are you sure it wasn't just bargaining? Yeah, how's he turning this around? I would like to address all the good lords, ladies and gentlemen of the judiciary here present. Alright, now I was wondering, when do we use another phone call to Sholmes? When do we use this again? You all know these darker recesses in our great capital, and deep down, I believe you also know that to fight those who dwell there requires at least some of us to occupy darkness ourselves. It was a pro-gaslighter move. Pretty much like, we need to become darkness to fight the darkness. Kingdom Hearts. So let me appeal to you, to your good sense now. Consider the situation with me. If this catalogue of horrifying revelations were to become common knowledge among the 6 million inhabitants of London, what might happen? To learn the infamous murderer of royals and nobles was a respected member of the aristocracy himself. That evidence was fabricated in the scapegoat's trial amid secret negotiations to effect the jailbreak. Not gonna lie, okay, this makes me think of like the opposite of what happened with Belobog's ending, which is why I don't like the ending to Belobog. It's literally what Strongheart is saying. Like, it's literally what Strongheart is saying. Like, we can't let the public know about this. Things will go to shit. So let's keep it secret. It's why I don't like Belobog's ending. It's pretty much this. I don't like Bellabog's ending. It's literally this. It's literally this. It literally is this. Where, like, we're keeping the secret from the public because things will go to shit if they find out. Okay, back to Ace Attorney. I mean, true, but still, it's literally what our heroes did at the end, where, like, yeah, we can't let them know. That's the thing. Well, let's see where this goes. When the Reaper of the Bailey was an organized group of assassins managed by a Scotland Yard inspector. And finally, it was all masterminded by the Lord Chief Justice himself. If the general public of Britain knew the truth, all faith in the police and prosecutor's office would be completely lost, without doubt. Public order in the capital would completely break down. We'd be cast back to lawless days of the lost century. Precisely, as it was 100 years ago, when 1 in 10 of the population were criminals. Think what we've accomplished since then. A public policing force, a comprehensive set of laws. They have much faith in them. Ha! Ha! And if we want to continue to protect this new era of law and order, I say again, we must at times occupy the darkness ourselves. Alright, let's see where the game goes with this message. We have successfully identified and apprehended the man responsible for taking Gregson's life. That is all that was expected of this trial. All those other matters have been discussed. Will be eliminated from the minutes of these proceedings, in the interest of preserving law and order, and to protect Her Majesty the Queen, of course. Well, my lords and ladies and gentlemen, what say you? Yeah, that's literally Strongheart saying, we don't want things to happen. He has a point. The things Strongheart has done are quite unforgivable. But on the other hand, isn't our duty to maintain law and order? You can't deny that there are threats. The threat of Reaper of the years has done wonders for the crime rate. Yeah, jokes aside, insane charisma, pretty much. And by fair means or foul, damn, they're chanting his name. He has mad charisma, yeah. Not gonna lie, he does. He has like his arms out, like, my people of the country, listen to me, kind of deal. Excuse me. Hi there, Herlock. Are you hearing this? This is the will of the British judiciary? No more toast for the judiciary, huh? He won a 3v1. For your rousing response, friends, I express my heartfelt gratitude. Therefore, in accordance with the overwhelming wishes of the court, the record shall be erased. You have to respect the man's ability, turn the situation to his favour. Lord Strongheart really is a master of manipulation. Okay, now we have the one more lifeline. The phone a friend again. I trust you, son. Cheers. You've conclusively proven his guilt, yet he still remains to evade justice. I don't know what we can do. Ryunosuke. Looks like the trial really is going to come to an end now. I'm out of options, I think. There's really one path left open to me. Use evidence? Personal blessing of Sholmes. Yes, as I only know too well, the only thing that carries any weight in court is hard evidence. But hold on. What evidence is there to use at this stage in the trial? I have an idea. I don't know whether anything will come out of it, but if there was ever a time for using this particular item we have among the evidence, it's now. Let's go. Let's call Sholmes again. Let's go.
Take that!
Oh my. Yes. Use my sword. Just slice him down now with Karama. Yes, Sholmes asked if you had that with you earlier. You've exposed all of Strongheart's wrongdoings now. I've no doubt that Sholmes has already deduced exactly what the truth will unfurl. So I think it must be time. for a great detective to take center stage, don't you? Yes, absolutely. Let's take this hair by the ears then, and heave. Alright, here goes. Heave. Ow, 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 ow. My dear fellows, must I remind you every time? A gentle tug will suffice. Mr. Sholmes, you're in quite the wrong direction, Naruhodo, because I'm over here. Ah, Mr. Naruhodo, he's... We have what? We have holograms. We have holograms. Okay, sure. Iris and Sholmes are just like big brain. Like, we don't have teleportation. We have holograms. Let's go. It's built different. It's you. Ha. It's Mr. Sholmes. Invent something insane. Yeah, I was thinking, is it really the walkie-talkie? But like, damn. Let's go. He's a ghost. Let's go. I wasn't expecting you back, Sholmes. Delighted to be here again with Lord Strongheart. What is the meaning of this? Bailiff, seize him. Put that man in irons. Let me solo him. Ha! Prefer the Rocky, but I'll take it. Man's in London in the courthouse in the chat. Ha! He's everywhere, huh? This is a closed court. Been warned once already, man. What the? We can't get hold of him, my lord. We just go right through him. Man, he just got smooths. Simply built different. I'm afraid your efforts are wasted. You see, the great detective you see before you is composed entirely of light and shadow. An image, if you will. So that has competition. Mr. Naruhodo, I must congratulate you on your fine deductions. Mr. Sholmes? What on earth is... Are you familiar, I wonder, with the invention known as the telephone? I was wondering if we'd ever see Sholmes, like, literally in the stand here. But we do. Well, yes, I hear that some public phones have been installed in Tokyo. The sound of the speaker's voice is converted to electrical signal and transmitted instantly to another place. Quite. Sounds are transmitted, so you could not keep images from... It's not images keep them company, I mused. Iris and I did some modest experimentation developed a device specifically for this very day. 19th century, 20th century, like 1900s. Like 1910, 1920-ish, give or take, 1900s. Well, I knew 10 years ago, about time. Ha! Late 19th. That's it. Iris and I did some modest experimentations, developed such a device specifically for this very day. Modest experimentation, Sholmes? What a modest description. One sec. BRB, one sec. Hello, I'm back. He ain't leaving until the vibes off. Ha! Sorry. I had to go BRB for a sec. I'm back. And somewhat incidentally, I thought we might just as well transmit entire scene. Oh! He's got them on... He got them 4K. Wait, he's got... Wait. He has... What, does he have Strong Heart on 4K? Somewhat incidentally, Sholmes? And they're just being immodest. Do you mean to say you're not actually here, Sholmes? Ah, I knew my trusty partner would have no trouble grasping the concept. Let me cook. Let's see, let's see. Except he's grasping the stand to steady himself after your shock arrival. Poor father. I would have hoped he might have been forewarned, being the great detective's great partner. Leave my courtroom at once. Get out, or I swear to you. Dear me, you on the other hand, Lord Strongheart, appear to have a very poor grasp of the situation. Allow me to reiterate, I am not here, which would, I hope, lead naturally to one asking... You look like in a couple years. Ah, I don't even have for a 3D model. Where exactly are you? The very question I was awaiting. I am at present enjoying the air in a rather splendid garden. A garden? Not just any garden, you understand? A garden at Buckingham Palace. He got the Queen! What? You can't be! Buckingham Palace! You have a sweat on and a trench coat. Ha! What's Buckingham Palace, Mrs. Otto? Never heard of it. Do you ever read the news, Mr. Naruhodo? Sholmes, is Iris with you there? Ah, well now, Iris is currently enjoying some tea. With Her Majesty. Damn, Sholmes has so much power. He's more powerful than Strongheart. Just like, yeah, Iris, let's go meet the Queen. Her Majesty. Not just Her Majesty, you understand? Her Majesty, the Queen of British Empire. What? What? What on earth is this all about? Buckingham Palace. Is Her Majesty's the Queen's residence in London, Naruhodo? Order. Order in court. I demand immediate silence. Her Majesty the Queen? You can't be. I mean, no. This is some sort of unforgivable, distasteful trickery by a third-rate detective, that's all. Unforgivably distasteful trickery was an apt description. A closed court session attended by elite members of the judiciary is a rare event. I presume Her Majesty would be more than a little curious about the proceedings. So, I said to show her everything, from start to finish. Huh? You showed her? Indeed. By dint of the Herlock Sholmes remote cinematograph. You meddling. This is some kind of nightmare. Just like I appeared to be standing before you, regaling with the world's first live stream. Pretty much. Sholmes was the OG streamer. Regaling you of talk of my latest invention. No doubt you've inferred that the reverse is also true. You don't mean... Her Majesty has soon seen and heard every moment of proceedings. I presumed there would be no objection after all. Every trial in this country is conducted under the auspices of Her Majesty, as you know. You... I confess, I'm quite impatient to hear Her Majesty's opinion. What inspired me to become a streamer? Ha! Ha! About the unforgivably distasteful trickery in which you've engaged over the past 10 years. No, I was merely... Oh, so sorry to keep you all waiting. Vicky and I... Vicky? Vicky. And I had so much to talk about. Iris, there you are. Good to see Iris. In fact, I have a little message here from Her Majesty. A message? Well then, if everyone is sitting comfortably, ahem. Forthwith and with immediate effect, all authority previously afforded to Male Strongheart is hereby revoked forevermore. Furthermore, he will be prosecuted for his crimes against his country in a public trial by jury in the coming days. So, it seems Her Majesty doesn't believe we need to fight fire with fire. Yeah, just use the biggest authority in Britain. Victoria 2 and 3, where the players showed Vicky 2. Ha ha. Does this in this country need to be administered from the shadows at all? Use the pub. Oh, I see. Yeah, it's like literally being like, use the public. Strongheart got played, pretty much. Male Strongheart. The darkness you fostered to conceal your despicable actions these past 10 years is a thing of the past now. After today, your brand of law and order has no future, because no longer are you the Lord Chief Justice. In the eyes of the law and of Her Majesty the Queen, you are nothing but a criminal. Adjourned. 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 Court is adjourned. Damn. Oh. Not gonna lie, like, I broke the scales. Damn. Oh. Okay, fine. He didn't die. Okay, never mind. Okay, yeah. Ah. Damn. Joker moment. Ha. Is that Goku? How's it still standing? I mean, it's a really, grand building. It's a small fire, don't worry. Lord Clint Van Zeeks left a will in which he confessed to everything. When those words came out of Asogi's mouth, it deranged me completely. I knew I must do everything in my power to contain the situation. But I couldn't find a damned document. I searched his cell, but it wasn't there. This precipitated the jailbreak plot, I presume. What do you mean? The need to obtain the will was all-consuming. Dual Destinies be like, not anymore. I know something happens in there. I can't remember. I do want to play Dual Destinies again. I want to play it again. I want to play Dual Destinies again. I think. Even though I remember so many bits of it, I want to play it again. Although, like, I can't do, like, mass speculation because I know some important parts. But, like, I don't know. I'll think about it when Apollo Justice Trilogy comes out. I'll think about it. I'll think about it. I'll think about it. It's just gonna be hard for me to talk, like, because I can talk so much, like, anything, theories, because I don't know what's happening. But, like, because I know some big things in Dual Destinies, it's like, oh, I can't speak. I'll see. I was sure that if I facilitated Asogi's escape, he would emerge with the will somewhere in his person. But despite searching his limp body in the cemetery that night, it still eluded me. It never crossed my mind, but it was concealed in the sword's hilt. What pains me now is that my brother left this world without a word to me. Or maybe, This is what you get for allowing a prisoner to hold a weapon. Ha! Ha! I'm sorry, Lord Van Zeeks. In point of fact, I think perhaps this isn't the case. Sorry? How can that be? There is more. to his last will and testament. Oh, okay, we didn't read it out. What? As I confront the prospect of my demise, I feel bitter regret for my younger brother. Ah, Barak, you have always looked up to me, and now you follow in my footsteps to become a prosecutor. It is my fervent wish that my unspeakable deeds should not hinder your advancement. I ask not for understanding, but for none could understand my depravity. I ask only for forgiveness. Ah. I guess also, like, as weird as it is, like, having the whole Reaper thing helped keep Van Zieks in check. Like, Van Zieks knew about the corruption going on with, like, the jury or, like, with the criminals. But, like, because the Reaper thing also kind of held him back in case he ever fell into his brother's trappings. Where, like, he figures, there's nothing I could do. I have to do this. But, like, the whole Reaper business kept him in check if there was ever any chance for Van Zieks to, like, fall down into the darkness, let's say. Asogi's a fine detective and a hunter worthy of respect. He has agreed to honor my final two wishes. Ah. The first is that this document survives. The second, I cannot commit to paper. Ah. I have confessed my sins to my wife. May she find a resolution in my death. Damn. Oh, but she died. Yeah, she's a widow. She's died as well. With my eternal gratitude to my fine Japanese friend, I rest my quill. Or is she dead? I can't remember. Or she... Yeah. Clint Van Zieks. Also, like... I guess, like... That's also why Asogi was so silent in court. Because Asogi was willing to take the blame for the professor. Oh yeah, she's a widow, she's dead, yeah. I misunderstood when Van Zieks was saying it. But yeah. It seems that... What's it called? I guess Asogi... Like he took the blame for Clint so that Van Zieks doesn't have to, like, know that his brother was a murderer as well. Clint. Male Strongheart. You colluded with Seishiro Jigoku in a criminal plot so immense it spanned the oceans. And you coldly murdered all those who knew the truth about what happened 10 years ago. But why did you set about that now, a whole decade later? To ascend to the very peak. These last 10 years made me realize being Lord Chief Justice wasn't enough. Short of becoming Her Majesty's Attorney General. Yeah. I couldn't have no real power to affect the changes needed in this country. And for that promotion, I need to ensure no remnants of the past remained. How could you... I like everything to run smoothly, in the exact manner I prescribe, like a well-oiled machine. Yeah, he's always mentioned that. He always mentioned that as well, like with his gears in his office. And I was just a step away. And for your ambition, you succeeded. Did you not even bother to count the number of brilliant people you had killed? Ah, Mr. Reaper, are you not forgetting something? Such as? You very much adopted your usual prosecutor-like demeanor in the proceedings now. But the reality of the situation is that you are the defendant in this trial. Ah. However, the presiding judge appeared to be fallen from the bench, as it were. No one tell him how well-designed criminal organizations are. Yeah, it's a really murky world. May I suggest, therefore, we entrust the final education to an old friend. Oh, hi there. He's back. My lord. As a member of the judiciary, I have been following the proceedings from the gallery. And I must say, I shan't ever forget the extraordinary battle between good and evil that I witnessed here today. The darkness that has blighted justice in our land these past 10 years has at last been dispelled. Thanks, in no small part, to the efforts of a bright young star from the east. Defense Counsel Narhodor. Yes, my lord. On behalf of everyone here in the President Old Bailey, I give you my heartfelt thanks. Oh, I remember now. Because Iris was like, she had to go like buy some herbal tea and stuff, like one time. And like, I guess she was buying the tea for the queen. Like, that's why. That's why. It's just too Judge Santa Claus. Ha. Of everyone here present in Old Bailey, I give you my heartfelt thanks. Right, so like Iris and Shones were setting this up for a very long time, I feel. Where'd you get the funds? To be fair, like, Iris was able to afford the pheasant. I think they have a bit of money. It's just that, like, I guess rent is less important than getting the good supply for the queen. which makes sense. You're too kind, man. I know, and Shums does get paid. Shums does get paid. Shums does get paid. It's just that he spends his money frivolously sometimes, it seems. You're too kind, my lord. Mikotaba paid for most of them. The first time I faced you in court, just under a year ago now, I had the faintest of intimations. That if British justice, so warped and twisted over its long history, was finding to no change, this might just be the man to do it. Ah, thanks. What? But at the time, I wouldn't allow myself to acknowledge the possibility. I couldn't overcome my hatred of the Japanese. After the circumstances of my brother's death, Miss Naruhodo. Ah. Allow me to apologize for countless discourtesies on my part. You are a lawyer of boundless talent. Oh, Lord Van Zeeks. I brought a minor gift from the British public. Also, I may request the fellow of these islands not be allowed to receive payment in a matter. Ha! When I first arrived in Britain, I was literally nobody. Certainly not a lawyer. The truth is, my fortunes have entirely been made by the miraculous people I've met. My best friend, Kazuma Asogi, who led me here to Britain in the first place. My loyal and ever-patient judicial assistant, Chisato, who helped me study to become a lawyer. The brilliant Lord Van Zeeks, who never failed to challenge his Nipponese rival. True. And not to mention, the exceptional master of logic and reasoning, who showed me the true art of deduction, Mr. Sholmes. Saving the best for last, Naruhodo. What a relief. I'm well aware that without all these people's help and support, I wouldn't be where I am today. What about Iris? Come on, Iris, give Iris a word. Give some word for Iris. Come on. She gave you the cat flap. Give some word to Iris. The truth is a guiding light that always leads to happiness. The truth is, there. I don't remember for old time in the British Ace Attorney's history. Maybe, I don't know, would he be? I don't know, I wonder, like, in terms of, like, in lore, is Naruhodo, like, remembered fondly? Like, not, like, as in, like, is he, like, remembered by everyone, I mean? Because obviously he's dead by the time it's, like, the main series games. Doubt. I've lived by that principle for a long time now, but actually, it's not true. The truth can also cause great pain, sometimes even leave people on the brink of despair. And for that reason, there are those who feel the need to hide the truth, who do it instinctively even. But as soon as we allow our eyes to settle on something other than the truth, the darkness takes hold. And from there it grows, until eventually it makes us blind to the guiding light of the truth altogether. So that's why it's my belief that we must all resolve never to avert our eyes from what is just and true. So that we can continue to walk the straight and narrow path ahead. OBS went down for 1 second. OBS went down for 1 second. We're back. Hi. Well, I must excuse myself now. But before I go, Naruhodo, let me compliment you on your grand opus. What? OBS crying. Without your beautifully composed case against Strongheart, Her Majesty would have been unable to act. Thanks to you and your fellows, the haunting undertones of corrupting Britain's justice system have been silenced. Thank you very much. So, until our paths cross again somewhere. Fancies just get spooked by Sholmes disappearing. Well then, it would appear that this long trial has finally come to an end. My apologies for any anxiety caused, my lord. I'm quite sure we shall meet again here in the courtroom before long, Prosecutor Baruch von Zieks. In conclusion of the proceedings, I hereby declare the defendant, Baron von Zieks, not guilty. Woo. That is all. Court is adjourned. November, 4:21 p.m. The Old Bailey, defendant's antechamber. It really is over. But did I sacrifice too much? Now, man, I shall see you in Buckingham Palace, Naruto. I've already put you transport for the cab. Objection credits. Let's see. Mr. Naruhodo. I really must congratulate you. It was truly splendid performance. Honestly, I couldn't be happier for you. Oh, thank you very much. But I really couldn't have done it without you on my side through it all, Susato. Oh. Your kind words mean so much to me. Truly, he couldn't have. Like what's it called? The one case without Susato, and he nearly lost. It really was a very splendid show, that, Naruhodo. I'd have thought you'd be smiling ear from ear to ear, but you look rather glum. Well, of course I'm delighted about the verdict, but in exposing truth, I'm afraid I've caused my client a great deal of pain. I'm really not so sure what a lawyer ought to be doing. Oh, well, in that case, I'm quite sure that when you see Van Ziek's smiling face, everything will be much better. Will we see him smile? Will we see him smile again? Mrs. Otto, everything seems worse. He has a face like thunder. Oh dear. I really shouldn't have said presumed. Mr. Naruhodo. Yes? Do it, don't be a wuss. Almost a year as it has been now, since I first encountered you here in this very courthouse. For you to have risen to the level of excellence you demonstrated today, well, it's quite remarkable. But I exposed the most unpalatable truth you could ever imagine in court today. I feel as though I've robbed you of something you held so dear. What was it he said? To fight those who dwell in the darkness requires at least some of us to occupy the darkness ourselves. But that was just a feeble excuse of a coward. Only those with a steadfast eye for truth have what it takes to fight the dark force of crime. You made fine work of establishing that fact in court today. Oh, well, thank you. What magnanimous words. I'm quite sure Kazuma-sama would have a smile on his face at this very moment if he were here. Kazuma. Yeah, Kazuma's gonna get in court. he's gonna be in jail, I think, because like he said like he's gonna be like tried for like a plot to assassinate or something. Mrs. Otto, there's another face like thunder here. Oh my, and he really was here. Lord Van Zeeks. Allow me to congratulate you on your acquittal. Congratulate me or curse me. I love the post-trial scenes, yeah, it's really nice. You failed to bring down the Reaper. I owe you an apology. No, it is I who should apologize. Your father, Genshin Asogi. If I had been stronger, then perhaps I made an unforgivable error of judgment. I can offer no excuse. And I can offer no forgiveness. That said, I suppose you fought for justice and truth. But for at least I can't withhold respect. Alright, it's amicable. It's amicable between them. It's not like we can't become best friends right away, but like it's at least respectful. Amicable, I think, is the term. Your words mean more to me than you could know. I will hold them dear. Kazuma-sama, I must say, there's one thing that's still bothering me. What's that? The will that Lord Clint Van Zeeks wrote before his duel with my father. Friendship knows anything magical. True. Sometimes. Depending. Asogi's a fine detective and a hunter worthy of respect. He has agreed to honor my final two wishes. The first is that this document survives. The second, I cannot commit to paper. You failed to bring down the Reaper. I can still do it here. Wait, what? Ha. Jeez. Just make some jokes. I have confessed my sins to my wife. May she find resolution in my death. With my final eternal gratitude to my Japanese friend, I rest my quill. Clint Van Zeeks. What can the second of this final wishes have been? That your father agreed to honor, you mean? Let me save, because like I know they always do these last minute ones where like sometimes they tell us they give us like these like final present some evidence thing, and like I remember like in one of the other games I messed up and presented the wrong evidence, and they're like, oh, all right, moving on. I know they did that once before. I know they do that sometimes, and it's like I know I messed up in the past for other games. So just in case, it's one of those moments again. I think perhaps I might be able to shed some light on that. What? Father? It was 10 years ago, you know. The day before the execution was scheduled. I went to the prison to say my farewells to Genshin. Who says armband? No mind, see it. Yeah, pretty much. There's like, I remember, I can't forget. I think it was like, I remember for the last case, not the Gant case, but the one with I think 1-5. Was like, I think it was like to give Edgeworth like, what did my father like for his father, like his final words or final message to him. But it's like you can present the wrong thing. It's like, oh, okay, nothing. There was something, but I can't remember what. I know there's like a few occasions like that, but I can't remember what. Why aren't you putting up more of a fight, Genshin? If you'd only agreed to it, Toshiro and I would gladly petition the government. We've been through this already. You don't need to worry about me. Anyway, Eugen, I have a favor to ask of you. Something of great importance. Oh yeah, to look after Kazuma. One sec. Alright, I had to blow my nose. I had a favor to ask of you. Something of great importance. You're one of my greatest friends, Genshin. Whatever it is, consider it done. I'm going to tell you the address. I need you to go there at once, in secret, telling no one. Oh, okay. You'll find a lady of the gentry in hiding there. A lady of the gentry? She's not in a good way, and she's with child. The birth is imminent. As a medical man, I'd like you to attend to her, please. You're our only hope. By any chance, is the child yours, Genshin? What, is Iris cut? Is this Iris? Is this Iris? Is Iris? Don't be daft. Okay, fine, it's not yours. You were asked of me by a man I knew, as his dying wish. Oh! Clint! Wait. I'll give you an address in a gentry. Oh! What, is Iris? So what? Is this Iris? Let's see. My goodness. I swore to the man I would help. I would do whatever I could for his wife and his unborn child. But if something should happen to me, I need to ask that you do the same favor. You're the only person I can truly rely on. But what'd you say? If something should happen to you? Tomorrow night, you're going to be... You have royal blood. Bad news you'll see. You're related to Van Zeeks. Let's see. I would never do something I could for his wife and unborn child. Okay, yeah, so it's Clint's wife. You're the only person I know I can truly rely on. Something has happened to you. Oh, so but Asogi knows that he'd be alive, but just in case Asogi dies somehow. You never know though, do you? What life will bring. Yeah, Asogi will be like, yo, my good friend, I'm alive. Don't worry, I'm here. That's his plan, but then he got killed by Jigoku. Alright then, tell me the address. I'll head there at once, with Shishiro and... No, not with him. Screw him. Screw Jigoku. Pardon? This is a favor I'm asking of you, and only you, Jujin. Yeah, okay, yeah. I guess Asogi knew that Shishiro was a bit sus. Right, I see. Very well then. That very night, I caught a train from Paddington to Dartmoor in Devon. I found the old house in the middle of nowhere. It was an old hunting hound. Old hunting hound lay asleep in the grounds. Oh! Yeah, it is Iris's mother. The poor woman was on the floor on the back of a darkened room. She was in mortal danger. I broke her waters to precipitate the labor before she weakened further. It was a torturous birth. I did everything humanely possible for her and her child. Yes, Iris. Let's go. We found out. And in the end, I was lucky enough to welcome a new life into the world. But tragically... Oh, she died, yeah. The mother died. My efforts to save the mother's life were in vain. I held a healthy newborn girl in my arms and wept for longer than I cared to remember. Eventually, in something of the days, I looked around the room. There was precious little in it. An old travel trunk caught my eye. It had clearly been well looked after over the years. Made of... Oh! Is that a trunk that's always been there? Was that always there? In Sholmes' suite? But it was when I saw the emblem on the side of it that everything dropped into place. Wow. I mean, I guess there's no way we could have... Oh, right, because there's always a tablecloth on top of it. So we never... And Iris is like, never open it. So we never see the bee. Okay, yeah. It was Clint's wife. B for Baskerville. But Baskerville? Beppis. Ha! You mean no one was the wife of Clint Van Zeeks? That's right. The newborn was his daughter. So Iris Van... But that makes no sense. Gregson is the child. Ha! Ha! That'd be surreal. That makes no sense. Why on earth wouldn't Clint have entrusted the child in my care in that case? I was completely unaware he even had a daughter. I suppose he didn't really have any choice. What? Well, your brother said he had confessed everything to his wife. So she must have been beside herself with worry for her child. Ah, if the true ID of the professor were ever to be made public, the girl would be forever branded as the daughter of the infamous mass murderer. Ah. So the only solution was to distance the young girl from the Van Zeeks family as much as possible. I don't believe it. I imagine that his final hour, Clint Van Zeeks made the obvious choice. He would have thought himself, this Japanese man here is someone I can trust. Ah. Will Iris find out? I honored my promise to Genshin, of course. Hid it from his brother. I mean, to be fair, like, it's meant to be a secret. Like, if the child was ever linked to the whole thing, it's like, damn, you're the daughter of a murderer. I honored my promise to Genshin, of course. However, only a month later, I was summoned back to Japan. And without disclosing the parentage of the child, I couldn't obtain permission to take her with me. Oh, how awful. I was completely at loss. In the end, I had to ask my great friend. I asked him if he could be the father to her. That being Sholmes, I presume. Yes. He took one look into my eye and agreed to it on the spot. Sholmes, he has a heart of gold. Want some Sherlock brand toast? Really. All it can be said is that all it can be said that I did for a child was to give her a name. Oh? When I come to Britain, I was trying to escape from the grief of losing my darling wife. So it was her name I gave the little girl. Ah, your wife's name, Mikotaba? In other words, the name of my mother? Ayame Mikotaba. Oh! That's right, Ayame. Or in English, Iris. Iris. I had no idea. Ow! Mr. Naruto, what's wrong? That little thing just pinched me from behind my trouser pocket hard. Ah, my dear fellows, can you hear me? Sholmes, is that you? Ow! Yes, we can hear you. Okay, it's two-way street. It's two ways. You see what Hizutaka can do? Let that be a lesson to you. Sholmes, we weren't able to thank you properly before, but you were simply marvelous. Your checkmate move was a stroke of genius. Indeed it was, wasn't it? I surpassed myself, I feel. It had become apparent to me that to stop Lord Chief Injustice requires such measures. Anyway, we can listen to you now. True. Runo, Susie. Oh, Iris. Oh, I'm so pleased. What a wonderful outcome. Her Majesty Queen Vicky said she thought my special blend was delicious. Oh, I'm sure she did. After all, no one brews more delicious tea than you do, Iris. Oh, right, because Van Zeeks got given tea by Iris as well. Ah, that's sweet. This is a party to celebrate. And Mr. Reaper, you simply must come too. What? I'm afraid I couldn't. The Reaper of Brent Bailey, flustered by a 10-year-old girl. Again. I mean, now he knows she's daughter-in-law? Is that how you say it? Daughter-in-law? Niece? I forget how you define family terms. Niece. Is niece the right word? Niece. Or cousin. No. Van Zeeks is Iris's cousin. So she'd be his niece. No, really? Oh, poo. But nephew, she's his nephew. Ah, no, she's his niece then. Yeah, niece. Or Van Zieks is the nephew to Iris. Iris is. Okay, niece. Okay. But I give you my word. Come from a growth frat, no one's surprised. I'm just really bad with these family terms. Like, what do you call like your brother, like your mother's brother's child? Are they your cousin? I guess so. Or like your mother's brother's what? I don't know. It's like something like that. I'm not good at these terms. But I give you my word. But I shall present myself at your residence in the near future. Uncle. I mean, yeah, mother's brother is uncle. Yeah. But how far down go? Like, let's say your mother's brother's daughter's son. I guess there's nothing by that point. It's just nothing. But I shall present myself at your residence in the near future to express my gratitude. Alright, good thing I put Van Zieks in the photo, in the thumbnail. Oh, how lovely. You promised now. I won't let you forget. Bye for now, then. Alright, Iris. Thank you all for your help earlier. Oh, that was nothing. Just come back home soon. Ah. Ow! Ugh. One final pinch goodbye, was it? Well, I think I ought to be leaving. I'm gonna go prison now. Goodbye. Lord Van Zieks, would you care to accompany me? Certainly. Oh. Thank you. Oh, we've reached 1,000. We've reached that now. Thank you, really. Thanks, man. Thank you. Let's go. We've reached that. We've reached it now. Yay. I'll wait for it to stabilize first. I'll wait for it to stabilize first, and then we'll see. Thank you. Now even more reason to celebrate, huh? Thank you. Mr. Naruhodo, allow me once again to express my deep gratitude to you. I believe you saved my life. But yeah, I'll work on the membership stuff right in this game. Yeah, it works out. I'll work on the membership stuff soon as well. I'll work on the memberships later. I need to color in. I need to color in the emails, but I'll see what I can do. I'll try to get it done by sometime next week. For anyone interested in joining membership. Congrats, thank you, really. Thank you. It's been almost 2 years. But we've got there. Zeeks and Cosmo, everyone else shut up. Cue the victory music, we got 1k. Nothing is important. In a unit group picture. Ha! Thank you, really. Wait, Lord Van Zieks. Yes. What are you intending to do now? Well, clearly, I shall have to resign from the prosecutor's office. Oh no. I intend to publicize the full truth about the professor's case. Once that's done, the Van Zieks family will be ostracized completely from London society. Ah. Perhaps I'm reaching 1k faster than me. Jokes aside, good job. Is it Tony's finished too? Yeah. Like, I might do the Apollo Justice trilogy. I know it's funny that I'm not doing the OG trilogy because I remember a bit too much of it. Well, I mean, yeah, and also I haven't played Spirit of Justice, so more in the future maybe. But yeah, yeah, and also I hope that the Edgeworth games come to PC as well. I hope they come to PC as well. I forgot, did the Ace Attorney guys make Ghost Trick? But like, I've played Ghost Trick a long time ago, so I'm still doubtful in streaming that as well because I know too much. But like, I think the Ace Attorney guys made Ghost Trick as well. I think they did, yeah, because there's a missile reference. Yeah, they have their own missile as well in Ghost Trick. I think it's the same people, yeah, same people. Surely not. Okay, it is the same people, yeah. Yeah, I mean Capcom, but like the writers. I mean the writers. It's like saying Ace Attorney and Monster Hunter are the same people. It's Capcom, sure, but like different people work on them. So as soon as I'm free from my employment, I shall leave the capital. Mega Man 2, yeah, but not the same people. It's the same company. Oh, I see. I want to play the X series though. I've played X5 like a bunch on PS1, but like I want to play X5 one day, maybe. I mean the X series again, maybe. Don't be a fool. Are those actions the man once fit as the mighty Reaper the Bailey? I beg your pardon. For the past 10 years, you've endured that pseudonym and have been cast as one of the Dark Forces yourselves. It's like saying Yakuza is made by Sega. Yeah. I mean, yeah, there's more like... I mean, it's more like the Dragon Team now, isn't it? Now that you've finally been free from the disrepute, your battle is just beginning. Surely. Well... RGG, yeah. I certainly never expected to hear those words from your lips. I waited a very long time to come to London. Now I'm properly here. I tend to learn all that I can. Aren't you gonna go prison, Kazuma? Are you gonna be acquitted? Anyway, goodbye for now. Rinosuke Naruhodo. Kazuma Sogi. Sorry. It seems as though he's really matured suddenly. He's not the only one who's matured, Mr. Naruhodo. Well, I think we should make our way back to Baker Street. We must help Iris with tonight's dinner. Ezra's second game doesn't even have... Yeah, not yet, no. That's the thing, like, the Greatest Attorney games had no translation as well. So, like, that makes me hopeful that we get the Edgeworth games for, like, a PC release one day. Like, because we had this, like, people were not expecting Great Ace Attorney to be translated because of all the stuff with... I mean, Edgeworth has more chances than Great Ace Attorney, to be fair, because like we have the whole what's his name again? The Sherlock Holmes author. His estate is like really funky to work with, and so like people were thinking, should we put this? Should we not? Like people were thinking there was doubts about it. That's one of the reasons, at least. There's more chances. There's more chance of Edgeworth, I feel. After Apollo Justice, maybe we get that. It was then that I came to an important decision about my future. Yeah, back to Japan, I guess. Back to Japan. 4th November. Conan Doyle, yeah. The Conan Doyle estate were really messy to work with. So I'm just sweet. I'm home. Oh, Gina. Ah. About time you got here. You've been waiting ages, Odo. What are you doing with that colourful piece of history? It's a party, ain't it? It's gotta go with a bang. I mean fireworks, ideally. But when you ain't got fire, smoke's the next best thing. Ain't it? There's a girl on Fresno Street who could help you with that, I think. Right. I'll remember that. You don't have to reload that thing every time I speak. You really must hear this. It's quite the most extraordinary thing. I assure you, it will defy your expectations. Take down every detail, Mikotaba. Ah, the world-famous great detective, regaling his partner with the tale of his adventure. A sight to behold. Would you care to hazard a guess? Where do you suppose the fiendish runaway had concealed himself? Would you believe? Inside a trunk I found abandoned in his cabin. I would believe it, yes. I say, Mikotaba, I detect a hint of no hint of surprise. I wonder why that is. That's because I was there at the casino as well, Sholmes. What? You were? But that's why. Why did you say so before? Not quite the sight I was expecting to behold, but still. It's hard not to feel privileged to see it. Hello, Mrs. Sholmes, Mikutaba. I'm finally back to the Bailey. And not a moment too soon. A feast prepared by Iris and Susato awaits. I must say, I haven't seen Susato looking so happy in quite a long time. Ah, Runo, there you are. Dinner is on the table, everyone. Please do come and take a seat. Time to fill me boots. And then Van Zeeks, come on. Come. Who else could have done the great deduction with? Naruhodo. Goodness, is that really true, Gina? Yep, I'm losing me copper's clobber and going back to what I know best. It's a diver's life for me. Ah. Same stuff. I mean, I guess this time, everyone gets pheasant. Everyone gets pheasant. You're really leaving the police force? But why, Ginny? Well, the boss ain't around no more, so... Oh. And then anyway, no matter how hard I try, that Reaper ain't gonna accept a diver turned dick, is he? Well, people can change, you know. Ah yes, that reminds me. I rather thoughtfully offered to read the debate of this now defunct piece of evidence. Eh? Sorry. It's the inspector's pocket watch, and the crown has been reattached. That watch was his pride and joy, a symbol of his great achievements at Scotland Yard. For 10 years, without fail, it measured every second of the man's remarkable career. Zeke sits on the balcony, ha! But now it's stopped. Someone needs to keep the memory of Inspector Gregson's career alive, by taking on the great responsibility of winding that watch every single day. Yes, someone with an equally fierce detective spirit. Aw. It's gonna be me. There ain't nobody else. Quite right. I mean, after all, the boss was... Well, he was my boss. Yes, Ginny. Yes, he was. Oh yeah, and I made you a promise and all, didn't I, Iris? That I'd become a proper detective one day and track down your own man. Bit late for that. Oh! Alright then, it's decided. I'll do it. And I swear, I'll find your dad and bring him kicking and screaming. Good luck. Good luck, Gina. We should tell her one day. I'm not entirely sure that would be appropriate. Because he's... Yeah, I think, Gina, it might be best to... Well... I think I'd like to forget that promise, Ginny. Oh, Iris knows then. Eh? Iris? Well, obviously I've always wondered about who my real daddy is. Of course I have. I want to know where I've come from. I thought it might tell me something about myself. But I've caused such a lot of trouble trying to find out. For so many people. Hurley, Runo, Professor Mickey. Oh, no, not all, my dear. Really, you owe no apology to anyone. Well, anyway, I decided to give up on it. Okay, she doesn't know. Because I finally realized my daddy is the greatest in the world. I don't think it matters what his name is or where he's from. Don't you agree, Hurley? With every word, Iris. Yeah, literally. Yeah, I did mention like, yeah, they'll go with the found family aspect, but at the we know ourselves who Iris's father is, and who her mother was, but like, yeah, now we pretty much like, yeah, the found family thing is sweet. With every word, Iris. Thank you, Hurley. Who is it then? Wait, were you around? It was, Clint. Clint is Iris's father. But then his wife what do you mean? She said her, what do you mean? Someone's final testament is going to be really interesting. Thank you, Hurley. Thank you, Daddy. Aw. I think Mikotaba. Yes, Sholmes. I think I ought to express my gratitude to you. Oh? For 6 years, you and I have solved many mysteries together. And then during that time, I remember countless expressions of gratitude for our services. But a moment ago, I heard the most pleasing expression of gratitude of all them all. And I should never have experienced it, were it not for you. Ah, you old softy, Sholmes. Ah. But I must confess, it's a weight off my mind to hear you say it. Well then, I think this calls for a lengthy violin recital when you say, oh, well, the food will go cold. That's the only problem. Maybe next week, Hurley. Are you sure a week is long enough, Iris? Even amidst the most troubling of cases, even reeling from the most shocking of revelations, returning in the evening to this suite of rooms, there's always warmth and happiness to be had. The home of the world's greatest detective, and my home too, with my greatest family. All right, are you gonna go? Oh no, I think we're gonna go back to Japan. Let's see. Let's see what he decides. I think he will go back to Japan. He'll be like, back to Japan and fix the justice system there as well. This attic room has been my home and office for almost a year now. I've certainly had some unforgettable experiences while I've lived here. But I think now the time has come. Ah, time to bid this place farewell. Naruhodo. Oh, Professor! Are you alone? I didn't hear any sound from Suzato's room. Gonna become the new Minister of Foreign Affairs. Ha! Ha. Maybe. We need a new judge. We need a new judge as well. Yeah, Suzato's son went out after dinner. He took a carriage. Something about an important matter she need to take care of. Ah, I see. I wanted to thank you for what you did earlier. Oh? Scarvin, did it come with a model? Oh, no. The sweater is part of the model. The scarf is just like something I like to have, so it's separate. The scarf is separate. And the shirt underneath the sweater is meant to be white, but I made it like dark grey to make it consistent with my other looks. But yeah. There's not much clothes. You can't really change the shirt too much with the model, this one. With Varys, I mean. When the subject of her father came up, Lord Clint Van Zeeks, MS Paint it is. I made up my mind many years ago, never to tell her who her real father was. It's what was agreed with Genshin, after all. Lord Clint Van Zeek's final wishes before he died, you mean? Yes. Had to take some rather drastic steps at times to protect his secret, you know. Calling Suzato back to Japan 6 months ago, for example. Oh, right. That's why. That's why? The B. When I read Suzeki-san's report about his final days in London, my heart nearly dropped. You stumble across the crux of that terrible case, the dog's collar. The description of the Baskerville insignia left me in no doubt. Baskerville. If you decide to investigate the insignia, sooner or later you'd have made the connection to Van Zeeks. And to make matters worse, Sato knew of the unpublished story as well. The story of that Iris had written based on my notes from the time. Ah yes, the Hound of the Baskervilles. Exactly. It was a work of fiction, but based on the grim reality of a huge dog used as a murder weapon. A dog with the Baskerville family emblem around its neck. Armed with those two clues, I feared you and Susato might arrive at the truth. I don't know. I don't know how we would have. Without the will, we wouldn't have found out. Without you, we wouldn't have known. I don't know how we would have found out without it. Like, and I mean, I guess if we found out the B, not really, no, because Iris is disconnected. Really, she's like really disconnected from it now. Unless we found out that Van Zeek's wife was pregnant, I guess, unless she had pink hair. So I invented that story about having collapsed to justify her leaving London and returning to Japan at once. All in aid of halting any investigations you and she might have been contemplating. I see. A bit drastic. Something I never understood is why Susato-san came across that manuscript in Japan, though. You know, Iris's The Hana Baskerville story, I mean. Shom sent it to me. That was before Susato left Japan. Ah, he was very troubled about what she'd do about it, you see. I read it and carelessly left it on my desk, which is where Susato came across it, of course. Ah. It was the only case Shums and I ever pursued that I didn't record in meticulous detail. I was stunned when I discovered young Iris had pieced together so much of it from my poetry notes. Shums and I discussed the matter and decided that we couldn't allow the story's publication. At that point, I returned the manuscript by post to Shums for safekeeping. Oh, okay. I was thinking that Shums, like, came to Japan to collect himself. But, like, he was just on the ship. He was just on the SS Burya. So, you did all that to stop Iris from finding the truth about her father. I guess, yeah. That's right, because Shums told me how astute she'd become. However, having witnessed events in court today, I must say my opinion has somewhat shifted. Oh? I think at some point in the future, the time will come for Iris to know the truth. Okay. And when it does, well, I believe it will be for the best. I think so too. Actually, Professor, I wanted to talk to you about something too. Judging from the expression, I'd say you've come to a decision, have you? Yes, I have. I will be returning with you to Japan. Are you quite sure? Ah, I'm really only here as a substitute for Kazuma. But he's here in Britain now, as originally intended. Locum student Naruhodo doesn't really have a right to stay, I think. I see. Looking back now, when I first arrived here in February, my becoming a lawyer just seemed to be the way things turned out. I mean, we can become the new Chief Justice. I don't think right away. Probably someone else. Or maybe Van Zeeks becomes Lord Chief Justice in the future. With Kazuma, Susato-san, and Mrs. Shumso gently pushing me in that direction. Say Iris for once, please. I spent the best part of the year immersed in this world, but always aware of the seed of doubt inside me. Until today. Standing in that courtroom earlier, all doubts vanished from my mind. I was totally focused. I was sure of my belief in my client, and I was sure I could see the trial through. And at that end of it, I finally realized, no one else chose this path for me. I chose it myself. Ah. The path of the defense lawyer, eh? Yes, that's what I am now. That's what I will be going back to Japan with you as. And that's the path I'll be following for the rest of my life. Well, it sounds like you've made quite a resolution there. I have. Very well then. I must say, it's extremely welcome news. I shall make arrangements for your return first thing tomorrow, but I don't imagine we'll depart for a few days. There's no promotion then. Ha! He'll probably become like a big man in Japan, probably. Not with the symposium having been cancelled now. That's a shame. Never mind. I'm sure there'll be other opportunities in the future. Well then, I'll bid you good night. And Susato was here all along. Susato-san! I just wanted to let you know I'm back. What was she doing? What was her business outside? Did you, hear what your father and I were talking about? I'm sorry, I did, yes. I couldn't help, but... Oh, how much did you hear? Well... From the part about Iris's real father, I think. In other words, from the beginning. So, you've made up your mind. You'll return to Japan and continue working as a defense lawyer. Ah, yes. I'm sorry. I really should have consulted you about it. I did want to earlier this evening actually, but you'd gone out. Oh no, that's quite alright. I already knew what it's like once you decided, Naruhodo. You did? Susato-san... Ah, yes? I suppose this means it has to be farewell soon. I suppose? You'll be a great help to Kazuma going forward. I mean, I know he's a brilliant lawyer, but he's new to the British courtroom. He'll certainly benefit greatly having a brilliant Jisyo assistant at his side. I'll do my very best. Oh, really? I was thinking Susato would come back with you. I wish I could say it, but I just can't. I can't ask her to come with me. After all, she was always supposed to be coming to Britain as Kazuma's assistant. Nah, she's gonna say it now. Say it, fam. It's growing late. We should both try to get some sleep. I'm sure you must be exhausted after today. Oh, yes, you're right. No, she's gonna... I think Susato's gonna come on the sneak. She's gonna come on the sneak and be like, "Hi, Naruhodo," on the boat. We'll see, we'll see. I think Kasuma's gonna be a prosecutor. Kasuma's gonna be a prosecutor, I think. You really were quite splendid in court today. So if you ask me, anyone who thinks of you as a substitute or a locum should be ashamed of themselves. Susato-san. Thank you. Ah, she's gonna come back to Japan. I feel it. I feel it. She'll come back. She'll come back. I feel it. 7th November, 5:42 AM. Port of Dover, Quayside. I can't believe this day's finally come. Ah, you're really leaving then, Runo? I'm afraid so, Iris. Thank you so much for everything. Come on, everyone come to Japan, holiday. Everyone come to Japan on holiday, let's go. I don't know what I'll do without your wonderful cooking and delicious tea. There'll be 3 Zeeks, yeah. We're right at the end. We're at the conclusion, pretty much. Like, we're done in court now. We're doing our final goodbyes. But yeah, we freed Zeeks now. He's all good. He's good now. He's good. Oh, I wish you weren't going. But you have to come back and visit. Say you will. Of course. I promise. Well, it was a very brief reunion, but it was a pleasure to pursue a case with you again after so long. For a while at least, it felt like old times. Yes, I suppose on reflection, there's something to be said for it. Having a little fun once in a while. I'll just go and say goodbye to the professor, I think. Alright, Iris, you do that. 4 failed unsent to send message now. Damn. I don't know what's up with that going on. I know like some YouTube live streams having issues with unsent with like chat freezing, but that's more like for the bigger live streams where like there's so much messages and then it just freezes for like a good like 10-minute or so, 1 minute or so. Did we tell Iris her father is gone? No. Iris doesn't know. Iris doesn't know yet. But Iris happened here over time too. Oh, I see. Weird. That's weird then. So this happens also for like I see. But yeah, we didn't tell Iris, but like Mikotaba is like, okay, we'll tell Iris one day. We won't hide the truth from her. And it's like we found out the truth about Iris's father, and yeah. He's dead, but yeah, Iris's father turned out to be Clint Van Zieks. So, and like, yeah, the mother died after birth. So yeah, GG, game over. Well, more like we're wrapping up, but then I'll do the bonus escapades, I think, which are like these, like I think they're just small, like they're not anything long. I think it's just like small tidbits, I think. So I was just chilling with a yeah. It was a wild time. Speech.
I've just checked, Naruhodo-san. Your luggage is already on board. Such a beautiful morning. Perfect for embarking on a journey, isn't it?
Before I set off, I'd just like to say how thankful I am for everything you've done for me. And give my warmest regards to Kazuma, please.
Oh, Kazuma's not here to see his friend off. Unless he's busy in court, like. So Kazuma's not even coming to see us off.
Actually, I think you ought to give him your regards in person, don't you?
Sorry?
Oh, is he here? Oh, he's here. Cool. Come on, Van Zieks, come. Van Zieks, show us off, please. That's what he sound like. I imagine him being more high-pitched. Now, they go, like, with a lot more accented. They go with a lot more accented voices. The voice direction is a lot more accent-focused in this.
Kazuma! What are you doing here?
Do you really think I'd miss my best friend's departure?
I was wondering. Come on, Van Zieks, show up, please.
Thanks.
He still has 2 swords. Oh yeah, no, obviously we gave him back Karuma, but he still wants to wield the other sword for some reason.
To be honest, I'd been looking forward to our wild time tearing up the streets of Her Majesty's capital, but
What? Just go.
Well, we'll have
just
to
go
save
on
that for
just
another
go
time.
on the bend and just like go drinking on the streets.
Personally, I'm looking forward to facing you in court again.
me too. But we're both defense lawyers, so
He's gonna be prosecutor. He's gonna become a prosecutor. I'll have to wait for his attorney Far Cry 4.
I'm going to become a prosecutor. I'll stay in Lord Van Zieks' tutelage for the time being, but before long, I intend to be just as formidable as the Reaper himself.
I don't own it myself.
I see.
One day we'll see. One day.
Actually, Ryunosuke, I have a favor to ask.
Strong heart. What do you mean strong heart? I mean, I guess more like Reaper is Van Zieks' nickname, even though he isn't actually the Reaper. It's become his nickname now, so it's like, low. Let's call him that.
Name it.
Take my sword.
I'd like you to take care of this for me for a while.
Okay, good.
Karuma?
We take Karuma.
Why?
Because I've seen it now. I've seen what's inside me. The demon that reared its ugly head that day.
Ah. He'll give you his sword, yeah. We have his armband and his sword.
It was only for the briefest of moments. The last time I came face to face with that inspector.
And that's when he broke Karama as well. That's when he broke Karama as well.
But it was unmistakable. I wanted to kill him.
Ah.
I've always known there are demons that live inside people. And now I know there is one in me. The fact that it very nearly consumed me is something I'll carry with me until the end of my days. While I devote my life to fighting those whose demons have got the better of them. As a prosecutor.
Next time streams me talking about the game. Not really. Last stream was talking about, you guys were talking about Genshin and Star Rail. Last stream. And it's like, to be fair, like, we were talking about Code Vein when we played Code Vein. Others joined in. 144p for you. I see. To be fair, we did talk about the end roll game as well during it as well. We were talking about the game as well during end roll.
So, that's what you've resolved to do, is it?
Until I'm ready to face the demon within me. To slay it once and for all. I leave this in your care. If you'll take it.
Of course I will. I'll keep it by my side. Always.
Come on, let's have Van Zeke show up, please. Give some final words from him. Yeah, I mentioned it on myself though. I'm the one mentioning it. I'm the one mentioning it.
Your path to follow.
I'm the one who brought it up.
I have mine.
That's the thing. That's a difference. That's a difference. I'm the one who brought it up. And it was thematically, like, talking about the game as well.
Naruhodo-san? The path you're going to follow from now on.
You talk about the game in the AI stream, AI summon files, yeah. We do talk about the game. It's not like always like chat is off topic. It depends. It depends really. It depends.
I wonder if I might follow it at your side.
Yeah, I'm doing.
Unless I'd be a burden.
I'm doing AI2 next week. Yeah, I'll do it next week. I want to start that next week. Finish end roll. Start something. We'll see. We'll see. I still need to see what I'm doing.
What? I mean, I would very much like you to come with me.
AI Versomnium Files. I played the first game a while ago on the channel. It's like a mystery. I like mystery games, and it's like I play mostly story-based games. It's a mystery game series. Like you play as this guy who, like, I'll describe it like you go inside people's minds and stuff, and like you discover old memories and stuff. Yeah. Same guy who made Zero Escape. Yeah. I don't own it myself. It's just a guy. I don't own it myself. One day, just don't. What's it called? I'll do it. I'll play it one day, but like, what's it called? Try not to pressure it too much. It would turn me off from playing if it's pressured too much. I said lost. The game was. I see. I'll see how it is. I'll see how I feel about it. Oh, we're joking. Yeah, we're joking. Yeah, fair. I mentioned before, it's just that I can't tell whether you're joking or not because it's text. I can't tell. Sorry. Yeah, going to people's dreams. Yeah, that's it. But yeah, I'm looking forward to the sequel. I'll play it soon, tomorrow, next week.
But aren't you...
I see, it's a joke. And a JK emote. Honestly, maybe. Because I can't tell. Then again, you have to become a member to use emotes that I make. So I don't know. It's not going to become universal.
You're so predictable, Ryunosuke.
I am?
I'd like you to come with me, but aren't you? Okay, yeah.
Honestly, you never change at all.
All right, yeah.
But that's
Ryunosuke
what I
is
like
just
about you.
he's just blind. He's just blind. he's just unaware.
You mean you knew about this?
It was the evening after Lord Van Zeek's trial came to an end.
Oh, that's the meeting. She had to meet Kazuma.
She came to see me at the prosecutor's office.
Really? Oh, when I had that conversation with Professor Mikotoba.
So, you'd go with Ryunosuke back to Japan?
Yes.
You can have free channel emails, especially if you use extension. Oh, true, those general ones. True.
I know it's unfair of me to follow my own interests like this.
This is why I started doing display of emotion after every message. Now that's how I don't remember why I posted that on. Yeah, I mean, I get what you mean. Like, I feel like I use emotes a bit too much when I talk to people sometimes. Just to show that, just to make sure they get what I'm going with what I'm saying. Even though some, like, default emotes look bad. Like, some of the default emotes look bad, but I do do that sometimes. I see. Yeah, I can tell that's a joke.
Coming here especially to tell me. You're a stickler for etiquette, aren't you?
Epic Battle Fantasy. It's like this, like, old, like, it used to be like this old Flash RPG game. Like, it's like a parody of other RPGs, and then it's got like a lot of its series, and it seems to have a fan following from what I'm gathering. I played like number 3 years ago on Flash. A hit turn-based RPG game. Yeah. I think it's on Steam.
Wow.
Very old, yeah.
What
It's
are
like
his
Flash. It's like
feelings?
Flash era.
We've never discussed it, of course, and Naruhodo-san has made no such suggestion. I worry that perhaps I'd be a burden to him.
He's just as much of a stickler for etiquette as you are. He'd never say anything before he was asked. But I'd feel happy knowing you were with him. Look out for him on my behalf, will you?
Ah.
Of course.
Susato-san.
What do you think, Naruhodo-san?
With you by my side, no trial would seem too daunting. So if you're willing, I'd be honored if you'd come with me. Together we can take on the world.
I'm terribly incompetent, but if you'll have me, I'd be delighted.
Oh, no, not at all. If anyone's terribly incompetent, it's me.
Ah! What's wrong?
Your luggage, Susato-san. There's no time. The ship's going to set sail any minute now.
It's all right. There's no need to worry. As it happens, my luggage is already on board too.
Oh yeah. It's already planned out,
It
of
is?
course.
Your fine judicial assistant has everything in hand as always, I see.
Bruno, your ship's about to leave.
Time to go then. Look after yourself, Ryunosuke.
Kazuma, draw your sword.
Oh, are we actually gonna duel? I mean, it's being modest, isn't it? It's being modest. Ah.
One day, when our paths cross, once more, we'll fight a duel of words across the courtroom. A day I eagerly await as a lawyer.
The tip is still broke, yeah.
I've been waiting to hear you say that, partner.
Ah.
Don't forget me then, Kazuma.
Can we get some lost words from Sholmes?
As if I could, Ryunosuke.
No, I think Iris and Sholmes are on board. I hope so. Please. Please. Never mind.
Mr. Sholmes, thank you so much. I'm very much indebted to you.
Indeed, Mr. Naruhodo. I believe you are.
I'll never forget all you've done for me during my time in London.
Quite. I should like to think you will remember your debt of gratitude. Especially when I visit you in your country.
Let's go. Holiday. They come over. Let's go.
What? The truth is, although many are ignorant of the fact, the world is far smaller than most folk realize.
Well, I'd be delighted if you came to Japan one day.
I'll be jealous of anime hair. For real. One day. Please be today.
Would welcome you with open arms, Mr. Sholmes.
Come on, be on board as well and be like, what are you doing here? Oh, we're coming with you, don't worry.
Oh, that sounds wonderful! I can't wait!
Please, be now, please, be now. Just come on board.
In that case, let us conclude that this is to be merely a brief parting, my dear fellows.
Ah, fine, not today. Just leave Cosmo behind. Come on, Banzik, show up. One more time.
That brings us to the end of my adventures in Great Britain.
Fine, Banzik isn't coming. Unfortunately. Ah, he's on board. He's not on board.
A peculiar twist of fate brought me halfway around the world those many months ago. But that was just the start of my journey. Who knows where fate will lead me next?
So just give him the hologram.
Still, I'm confident this won't be my last meeting with the friends I've made in London. And when we're together again, no doubt the first words I'll hear will be,
Come, the game is afoot.
I was bugging for a sec. Ah, was
The
it?
ship, with our friends from the east, sailed steadily towards the distant horizon. But Sholmes' face was alight with joy. The times may change, but a steadfast friendship will remain true, Wilson. We have but to gently close our eyes, and we are with our companions once more.
Ah.
So I do just that. And when I do, I can hear his strong, familiar voice ring out.
Objection!
There it is. There it is, the final objection.
Until we meet again, Bruno.
Ah. There's no sequel to this, but like, it would be nice if they did have like another thing with this cast in the future, but I can't see how. I've been thoroughly inundated with inquiries about my remote cinematography and no presumed electrical goods, and more of the promised close court secrecy. Anyway, an decided absence from London is in order, a sojourn in distant climes. The Empire of Japan, perhaps. I understand that wardrobe clause incurs no charge whatsoever. Yeah, leave the place because everyone is like saying, come on, give us your tech. Give us your tech already. A Sholmes solo game. Honestly, that'd be sick. I love that. I gave a little note to Hurley the other day. It just said, thank you for everything, Daddy. But it made Hurley cry. I gave him some lotion I'd invented as well, to dye his hair red safely. But he said he might make him cry too, so he'd rather not use it. Ah. And we check on everyone else from this. In those days, when I was known as the Reaper, I felt your presence at my side. Once unable to bear the burden of that grim pseudonym, I even retired from the courtroom. Ah, that's why you stopped for a while. Despite everything, I still wear your prosecutor's badge with pride. But the darkness that once beset me is no more, as you too are no more. In the words of a young foreign friend of mine, I must stride forward toward a brighter future. Ah. Yeah, there's no judge anymore. Jigoku's also, I think he's gonna be executed. The boss left a note for me, you know, and I read every letter now, A to Z, the whole lot. It's cleared a lot of stuff up. The boss was trying to protect me. Ah. And that's exactly what me and Chief Inspector Toby here are gonna be doing for Londoners. I only wish I could have said how grateful I was before he, you know. Ah. Gina, the truth is, I'm not the outstanding fellow you think I am. You might be a diver at heart, but it's a good heart. You reminded me I need to be true to myself. Oh, we get some last words from him, from his letter. I've got just one more job to take before it's Tata to London town for the foreseeable. And then I've got to complete your education in the art of detection, a la Gregson, as they say. Ah. Your Excellency, this man is accused of illegal entry into the Office of Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Objection! Sublique, overstatement, overruled. The minister has been detained in Britain anyway. Who is this Caddis counsel of defense? And women are probably in the courtroom. Oh really? My friend Suzato's son is in the British courtroom all the time and doing a wonderful job. Perhaps I should have engaged the services of a regular legal team. I see. I see, so she's like also wanting to be a lawyer now. What a team, pretty much. Mama, is it true about Japanese people? Are they experts at filleting corpses? Yes, they are. Fish corpses, on the whole. I like to hone my own filleting skills. You don't mind, do you, Mama? Yes, I do. I'm not a corpse yet, am I? No. And I'm glad. One day. One day. The coroner gives up her job and becomes a sushi chef. Here I am in Great Britain. On the invitation of my old university friend, sent me a very nice letter saying he'd like to show me around and that everything was settled. Ah. But what have I done? I was so excited I picked this splendid hotel, and now I can't afford the bill. Oh, Barak, come to my rescue again, please. I wish I could just vanish into thin air sometimes. Who's left now? I guess it's still Drebber. Hopefully we see Drebber. He looked pretty cool. If we did get to see Thingy, we'll probably see Drebber. Scythe, yeah. If you got to see Scythe, you see Drebber. When I went to make the widespread impression of the killer in the cemetery, I realized what had happened. But in the witness stand of the highest court in the land, I could never speak of it. The Lord of Chief Justice and I had struck a bargain, you see. For a faithful reproduction of the visage, there is nothing Rita spells would not do. Fair. Oh yeah, you're in jail. Everyone calls me Gossip. I saw jaunty little tidbits that passes by, you know. Everyone calls me a pepino, and I sell the spaghetti. It's whatever. Everyone, they call me non. I cannot do it. This is ridiculous. Oh, Daily, how charming. You've made lots of new friends here. I see. Yes, and when we've released, we're going to strike it to rich together. They found something in life to do. Let's see, do we get Beppo? Oh, Kazuma. When I was accepted on the foreign study tour, I knew exactly what path I had to take, and however it might have ended, I knew that I wanted you there to see it. If I'd ended up in the dock, there's no one I would have rather had defending me. Ah. But now, thanks to you, there's a new path I want to take. I'm sure we'll meet again in the courtroom, my friend. Until then, I leave Karuma in your care. I guess Enoch's dead. I don't know, maybe he got executed. I don't know. Shame we don't get to see him, but I guess he was executed. Because I don't think they'll do anyone else after Kazuma. Jigoku's dead, at least. Probably. I've made some tea, Naruto-san. It's important that you rest while you can. Once we arrive in Japan, you shall be whatever. I'm so delighted to be accompanying you. After all, your talents have been recognized by a great detective. Because you really are the greatest of lawyers. A great ace attorney. There we go. There we go. Nimit Stelwakaius. Ha! Good name. Would be a good name. Ah. Oh, we get the photo. Another photo. Ah. Oh, with Kazuma this time. Ah, I know. I wish I wish Van Zieks was there. Oh, Mikotaba. Mikotaba's not there. Like, I'll take the picture. Don't worry. Don't worry about me. So there've been no. It's spoilers. Like, it's still spoilers to show Kazuma exists in Resolve. That's the thing. If Kazuma was there, it'd be spoilers that he's still alive. So I avoided using Kazuma in the first place. On the thumbnails, because it spoilers that he's still around, that he's involved in Resolve. So yeah, I guess we don't get this guy either. It's a shame. He was alright. He was alright. And just cover Kazuma with yourself. No. It's fine. I used the last game's thumbnail ending family photo. Alright, this time I won't skip this. I won't skip this time. We'll just play through it. I won't skip it this time. Ah. Oh, they walk with us. Nice. Okay, cool. Oh yeah, we don't even get Sham Spear. Like, we don't get everyone. We don't get Sham Spear. We don't get the Painter. Oh no, because I was running out of time. I had to go like soonish. We didn't get Sham Spear. We didn't get these guys either. Do we get Thingy to follow us? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Wagahai follows us. We don't get Drebber. We don't get these two either. I haven't really explored that myself. Oh, does Van Zieks will Van Zieks follow us? And then we're already in the 4th case now. Oh, we don't even get him. Yeah, we get nothing from you at the end. We don't get a final closing speech from you. No. I'll leave it for. I'll leave it prop. I don't like having multiple games in one stream unless I say it at the start. It just looks weird. It just feels weird to me. If it's like I did do like multiple RPG Maker games one time, but that's if I set the stream to be like a lot of different games. Oh, nice. We see them smoothing. All right, yeah, because Mikotava was doing dances as well. Yeah, I'll do that off stream though, as well. The ARG thing, and then this guy. Yeah, let's still. I'll look through the bonus content while we're here. I may as well. I'll look through the bonus content while we're here. Just like small snippets. Are you gonna touch swords again? Touch swords. There it is. And there we go. I'll go through the bonus. I mean, it is touch swords. It literally is. And back to Japan. Oh yeah, cross swords. That makes more sense. Cross swords. Cross swords. All right. Ah. Alright, cool. Oh yeah, back to like this, like the boat scene as well. Alright, we'll do the bonus escapades, I think. We'll do the since we have a lot of time, we'll do the bonus escapades here. For like short stories or something. We're just like really short stories, like a lot of them are from like the first game. They're from the first game. They're like based on the first game, but they're like just very short stories, it seems. I think they're more like comedic or something. So we'll take a read at these ones before we call it a day. But they're based from the first game. I don't think we got anything from the second game like that. Slice of life moments. I think so, yeah. I think it's gonna be slice of life kind of deal. Just look at the precious treasure now. Myself, I have scrubbed and scrubbed, but the repellent odor of meat will never be repelled from its resplendent surface again. But you have it back in your possession at least. You should be grateful, old man. How dare you? Head out early again, you're tired. Oh yeah, have a good... Rest well then, rest well. Rest well. Excuse me, but I'd like to get that... get at that Zabuton cushion there if I could. Rest assured, you miserable military malefactor, this is not over. Incarceration awaits those who defraud the senior citizen for his priceless treasure. Take care. Watch your tongue, old man. Mark my words, I won't... Sorry, Sergeant, but could I get a Zabuton cushion there as well? Oh. I won't go to jail. Never. Even if I did. The very next day, my boy would start without the chain of command in place to order to provide for him. We reached 1K, yeah. We reached 1K, yeah. Thanks, everyone. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone. Yeah, 1001 right now. Yeah, we'll have to see how long that takes to get going. My boy would starve about this. Yeah. Using a child to protect yourself. Myself, I call that absolute cowardice. Oh really? And who just employed the old poor defensive geniuses and tactic? Mr. Streamer from now on. What? What? I wasn't streaming before. Professor Layton. Oh yeah, I played it. Yeah. I played the first game. When the worst challenge was Cinnamon Challenge. Ha! Yeah, I played the first game a while ago. Yeah. And it's like I played a bit of it lately, just to like try it again, and it's like some of them is like, damn, I have no idea how to do this. Like it's like that matchstick dog puzzle, but it's like it's really finicky where like it's really finicky getting the matchsticks in the right place. Like it won't recognize what I'm doing. So it's like, bruh. But yeah, I see what you mean. I see. Hobby until today. Ha. 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 But yeah, what's it called? I'm looking forward to the new Layton game though. I hope they port the old Layton games though. I want to play. I know a twist in like one of the later Professor Layton stories. I know a twist. That's like one of the big ones. But like whatever. I haven't played the rest of them though. I want them on the Switch so badly. I hope they come to PC. I don't own a Switch. But yeah, there's that new Professor Layton game that was teased a long time, last couple months ago. We saw that get teased, so that's good. And there's also, I know there's the Ace Attorney Layton crossover game. How was that? I've seen like, it looks interesting. It's on the 3DS though, so. But yeah, there's that Layton Ace Attorney crossover as well. Only way to fight an enemy who's using underhand tactics is usually tit for tat strategy. Sorry to interrupt again, but I just need to get that Western style cushion there on the sofa. Enough of this insubordination. What do you want, man? Oh, please, don't mind me. Aha! Do my eyes deceive me, or is this the wide-eyed criminal from the trial before? Wide-eyed, perhaps, but criminal, no. What is this unhealthy fascination you exhibit with the seating arrangements of others? Here's correct collection bundle, like Little Nightmares of the Bundle, Ninja Storm 1 to 3. Yeah. Hopefully they do it all in one big bundle. It's been so many years that it would be nice if it's not like, here's one of them at a time. Like, gee, thanks. It would be nice if it's all in one big bundle. Yeah. It's like, why were you peering on the cushion of this upholstered seat? Oh, well, the thing is... Any luck? Did you find it? No, sadly not. I don't think it's here, Kazuma. You really are a liability, Rinosuke. Report. At once. Have you lost something, is that it? Yes, we were just on our way to a party to celebrate my friend's victory when... I realized that my university pin badge was missing. A university pin badge, you say? Yes, from my collar here, you see. Oh, right, that pin badge we had. Right. About Little Nightmares, I thought Ninja Storm 1 to 3 was a better example. Oh, I see. I see. I see. Oh, I see what you mean reading it properly. I thought you meant like two different bundles. I see. Affirmative. Uniforms must be kept in prime condition at all times. And missing badges unacceptable. I thought if I looked around, it would probably turn up somewhere. Like the old tale of the cob and coin and the stake. A parable which I'm acutely aware. But I've exhausted my search now, really. Where his nose and moustache look like commoner glasses. I see what you mean. It's like really sharp. It's a really sharp moustache. The only logical conclusion is that someone must have stolen it. Don't look at me. I don't find any old metal objects irresistible, you know. Imagine what would happen if little trooper idol here swallowed something like that. I'm afraid you have to give up, Rinosuke. Still, if you tell the office... Hold on. If you tell the office your student number, they should issue a new one. It's so weird seeing old Kazuma again. But even me that gives new. Ha. What's the matter? Don't tell me... Yes, I don't remember my student number. I don't believe it. I mean, this is the second time you've lost your badge, isn't it? Third, actually. If you didn't think you could remember it, you should have made a note of it somewhere. I told you until I was blue in the face that last time this happened. Ah, yes, I do seem to remember someone telling me something along those lines. It was you, was it? You can't even remember who told you that you need to remember it. Well, student numbers are 3 digits, Kazuma. Who can remember 6 whole digits? You may isn't exactly a long-established university, you know. All our numbers are still rather low. In fact, they only use the last 3 digits. Well, that might help, I suppose. That might help? Rinosuke, it's only 3 digits you need to remember. Just 3. Sorry, my brain is such a disappointment. Yes, well, anyway, young man, myself, I was greatly impressed with you in the courtroom today. Oh, you mean me? A lawyer already, before you've even graduated, and such a loyal friend to this one. This one? What's that supposed to mean? Oh no, I still have much to learn. In fact, that was brought home to me in no certain terms only last year. My Achilles heel was practically exposed by my best friend here. He's an interesting character, but there's potential. There's still a lot to see with him, for sure. What, by me? First time I've heard about it. Yes, by Rinosuke Naruhodo. You can't have forgotten, surely. It was last summer, at a speech contest. The speech contest? Oh, that. Contestants had to take up the stage and deliver a public address on any subject they chose. We were competing to give the most compelling and powerful speech. And yours was great. It made a huge impression on the audience. Obviously, since I was a budding student of law, I was determined to win. And sure enough, one by one my opposition fell. When I reached the final at last, I came up against you. Yes, you did. Not being rude, when I first laid eyes on you, I thought to myself, this cheeky, wide-eyed no-hoper is out of his depth. He's gonna be a pushover. Ah, this is when we became friends, I guess. That's your version of not being rude, is it? Well, I paid for my complacency, because it brought on that humiliating defeat. Defeat? How were your ranks compromised? My speech was going very well. I had the audience in the palm of my hand. They hung my every word. And then, when I came to the very last line... Yes, what happened at the very last line? It was supposed to be a climatic end, and unfortunately, I completely fouled it up. Never. You mean, you stumbled on your words? Spectacularly. Even now, I can't believe I ruined it. Well, what on earth did you say, man? Rinosuke, you better say it. I still can't get my tongue around it. Sure, of course. I can still recall it perfectly. What you said at the end of your speech, or rather, what you intended to say at the end of your speech, was this. So we'll rise, ladies and gentlemen, and applaud our forefathers' plight, and fight for filial piety. And what went wrong? What indeed? Myself, I see no problem with the pronunciation of these paltry words. In that case, old man, I invite you to say it yourself. Ah, he tongue-tied himself. I shall. So we'll rise, ladies and gentlemen, and applaud our forefathers' plight and the flight of the... It's impossible. We'll rise, ladies and gentlemen, I delivered perfectly. But the next part had me floundering for a whole 5 minutes. By the end of it, I was on my knees in front of the podium, a blubbering mess. And that's when the audience started to heckle you. Arise, arise, they were shouting. Hell on earth. But then, of course, this man went and delivered his world-perfect speech with a perfect ending. How'd it go again? Let me see. So, my dear fellows, the message is simple. Treat your mother and fathers with respect. Something like that? I mean, talk about stating the obvious, but the fact is, I lost to that speech. Tongue-tied is the one way to describe it. It's satisfying when you finish the game. Yeah, it's nice. It's a nice feeling. There is that feeling of like, I wish there was more, but then at the same time, it's fine for things to come to an end. It's fine for things to come to an end, so there's that as well. Quite tricky to say, I agree. That final fight for filial piety. Especially. Ever since that day, I've had this question whirling around in my head. Why did our forefathers choose such awkward phrasing? Was it to mock their children? I mean, it should never have been called filial piety in the first place. Ah! At least you're going to Great Britain soon. It might not come up much there. Yeah, thankfully he didn't have to tongue-tie himself in the last trial. Well, anyway, having lost that cursed contest, I came asked you to ask a question. How is it you never trip on your words? I inquired. And he just gave me a broad smile and said, speaking fast is my hobby. I mean, really? What kind of hobby is that? Do you really think you can take your hand off with your sword? Besides, it's just a way to pass the time. After that, he started talking at me 10 to the dozen, like you were possessed almost. Honestly, you can't imagine the shock I suffered that day. You really can't. You're right, I really can't. Speaking fast is the sort of hobby I'd expect a civilian like you to waste his time on. Well, you have to practice, of course, but there are some simple things to start with. Like the famous one, for example, Swift Samurai Swords swipe silently sideways. Swift Samurai Swords swipe... A sense of completeness and sadness, yeah, it's both, to be fair, it's both. It's both feelings. Swift Samurai Swords swipe Swift Samurai Swords swipe silently sideways. Yeah. You try to say it fast, it gets flubbed. Even a decrepit tongue in ailing frames as his mind can find its way around that one. And no doubt, it's just a bit of fun, really. Can't imagine anyone would struggle to say it. Isn't that right, Kazuma? Swift Samurai Swift... A blabbering mess by word 2. It's not just a samurai. Every good soldier needs to be able to handle a sword. That's why I've been aiding Ido, the final point of swordplay. None of this wordplay nonsense, Private. Come to think of it, not long after that, we started to attend lectures together, didn't we? And we got into that debate about family values at a sukiyaki place on campus, do you remember? Okay, yeah, that's when we became friends. Do you remember how back when I sound and people had trouble understanding me, another factor was that I spoke really fast. Good times. But I still speak a bit too quickly. That's fair, that's fair. I see. Like, yeah, you either like speak, some people either speak too quickly or you like speak like they can't understand you. I see. You just want to get the conversation done with, so you speak fast. I see. Yes, your argument was full of jokes and puns and wordplay as usual. I remember it well. Oh, was it? I guess that's also like explaining why Naruhodo can't speak in court pretty alright. He already has his way with words. In any case, I swore I would never let myself forget the shock you gave me back then. And as a symbol of how seriously I took the oath, let's wear this, my red Hachimaki headband. Oh, never forget the shock. And then when he forgot everything, he lost the headband because of amnesia. Sorry, Kazuma. Yes. You've lost me there, I'm afraid. I don't see the link. Why does your red headband have to do with your oath? Because it will always remind me of that smug look on your face as you utter those tantalizing words. What words? You mean another tongue twister? I practiced and practiced until my tongue bled, but in the end, I mastered it. Mastered what? Well, I think it's time you heard this actually. Listen carefully now. Here goes. Red headband, lead headband, dead headband. There. Word perfect, see? I'd actually mean to ask you about that. About the story behind your headband, I mean. Well, now you know, so that I will never forget the shock and humiliation of that day. And then he forgot. That's why I wear this red headband every single day without fail. Well, I don't know exactly how much of a shock you think you had back then, but it can't be more than the shock you've just given me now. What do you mean? Well, I'm sorry to have to tell you, but the tongue twister I said didn't go the way you seem to remembered it. Huh? It's just as famous as Swift Samurai Swords, so I can't believe you don't know it, really. It goes, red bread pan, lead bread pan, dead bread pan, dead bread man. Oh. Wait, what? Red bread pan. Ugh. Seems I've knocked some wind out of your sails. Out of the headband of yours. It's not too late, Private. You could always start wearing a red bread pan on your head instead. Your youthful vigors manifest, young man. Your cheeks are growing redder than your hachimaki. Ah! Why do so many words have to be so similar? Language. So, looking forward to Great Britain then, where you'll have to deliver speeches in court in English. I suppose I can always shell seashells on the seashore. Sell seashells. He even got that one wrong. Alright, 7 more to go. It's a nice, like, slice of life kind of deal, huh? In the second escapade, it transpires that another crime was committed on SS Brilliant. The stakes are high as Shelms and Stroganoff produces the culprit. There's more to the crime than meets the eye. It's almost 2 weeks now since we left Japan. I can't believe how quickly time has gone. So, our next port will be Shanghai. Who's there? Who could it be at this hour? Oh, wait, this is before Kazuma got killed. Well, Kazuma. A detective. A detective? Who? A great detective. I don't get it. Was a great detective... If you would just be so kind as to open the door. Oh yes, sorry. Of course. Is something wrong, detective? Are you investigating a case? Wherever a great detective goes, great cases occur. Indeed, I am the root of all evil. Sorry? I don't think I want you in my cabin. Under our very noses, on this steamship, a terrible theft has occurred. What? You noticed, I presume, the brief power failure a short while ago. Oh yes, the power couldn't have been out for more than 10 minutes though. Indeed, yet that was an ample time for this wicked crime to be perpetrated. I see. Well, clearly it's a case that needs investigating. Precisely. The culprit has run away in this direction, down the first-class cabin passageway here. Really? The thief came this way? I'm quite sure of it. It may have escaped the attention of this dim-witted crew, not the great detective. To that end, I would be very much obliged if you allow me to investigate here in this cabin. Well... How curious. Is there some reason why it would be inconvenient you to have your cabin searched? Inconvenience me? Well, I'd be lying if I said no. After all... There's a stowaway in that wardrobe right over there. It's just me in here, you see. No one else. So you might perhaps want to focus your attention on one of the other first-class cabins? As it happens... You are the only first-class passenger at present. Other cabins are vacant. Oh! Did that rather tragic rumbling of the stomach arise from within you, my good fellow? Of course. As I said, I'm the only person in here. It's not long until dinner time now, so perhaps we could go afterwards? I do apologize, sir, but it's of importance that the investigation is not delayed. Now, if you excuse me. Wait, where'd he go? How did he suddenly move all the way there? Yes, without doubt, if the culprit were to be hiding in this cabin, it would have been inside this wardrobe. I shall need to examine this wardrobe thoroughly. I presume you have no objection? I'm sorry, but I'm going to have to ask you to decline. You won't find any... Achoo. Did those two rather tragic sneezes arise from your good self? Of course they did. As I said, I'm the only person here. You have a curious knack of talking while sneezing then. Twice, no less. Also, like, what's it called? I guess, like, we haven't had Sholmes and Kazuma interact much, if at all, honestly. We haven't really had that, yeah. There's not much time, there was no opportunity for Sholmes and Kazuma to talk to each other. This is going to be a tough one to argue. I was watching you quite intently, sir, and I assure you I saw no sign of a sneeze. Couldn't Minosuke have held his nose? As I was saying, I shall need to examine this wardrobe. We've had it now then. The game's up. A roll call. Anyone else been here today? I mean, let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Thereabouts, maybe. I mean, there could also be people here. There's like one other person I saw, but they... No, I think there was like one more person as well. I can't remember their name, but I think they were called... I forgot. I forgot their name, but like... Not everyone who comes around talks in chat, though. Like, there is sometimes people who like they say bye, but like I haven't seen them at all for the whole stream. And it's like, I'm not gonna pressure people to talk in chat. It's like, if they want to talk in chat, feel free. Some people like literally lurk as well. Nobody hiding there, it seems. What? You seem surprised. No, not at all. Yes, I am. He was in there for sure. I saw the doors on him myself. Okay, yeah, Sholmes is just acting. He's just covering for Kazuma. He knows. He knows. More visitors? Who's this now? Excusing me. Oh, Seaman Stroganoff. Sorry for disturbing, but crime has been committed on board ship. Yes, I heard. A terrible theft, apparently. How did you know this? Well, the detective here just informed me, you see. Detective? Yes, I assumed you must have asked him to investigate. Detective, could you... What? Where'd he go? I must ask you to cooperate with investigation into this crime, fully. Uh-oh, he's glaring at the wardrobe already. Well done, you found me. What are you doing hiding in the wardrobe? My good man, I was merely assessing the practicality of concealment in such a place. And I would say that, at a push, a human could survive for up to 5 minutes in this cramped space. Unless he's been there for a fortnight. Is he not human? Who are you? Shh, this is the moment of truth. The great detective is about to unveil the sordid details of this wretched crime. You mean to say... Yes, there can be no doubt the culprit of this terrible theft did indeed conceal himself within this wardrobe. What? But that's impossible. You couldn't have done. Because my best friend was in there the entire time. Or at least I thought he was. How could you be sure of this? Elementary, my dear fellow. The criminal left behind him was revealing evidence. How else could you explain? These 3 bones. What the? He's right. Look at those gnawed bones in there. And 3 of them. The criminal escaped this time. But I will find him and crush him. Can I ask you something, detective? Why, yes, of course. I'm always delighted to answer an inquiring mind. In this terrible theft, was that it was stolen? Aha! What else? But some steaks on the rib bone. Huh? Did you say steaks on the rib bone? For this evening's dinner, 3 rib steaks were stolen from the ship's kitchen only a short time ago. Spare was malfunctioned with generator, and ship was without lights for 10 minutes. Chef who saw criminal said he ran down first class passageway. And now, I am on his tail. I'm afraid to say, dear fellow, your man is no longer in his cabin. But how? Through the cabin door, no less. Having devoured the hole in his wardrobe, the culprit discarded the bones, and concealed himself behind the cabin door as you came in. And then, when attention was turned to the wardrobe, he seized his chance to escape through the open door. What? Make haste, my dear good man. After the culprit. I shall follow presently.
Hold it!
Oh yeah, he gets that, yeah. Something troubling you, sir. I think maybe criminal is not running at all. What are you suggesting? Now I know where the dog is buried, Mr. Asogi. Me? Duh. When I think that you are a culprit, everything falling into place. The criminal that escaped in the first class passageway, bones in the wardrobe. All clues are pointing their fingers at you. Don't be ridiculous. I would never. Yes, of course. I established at once you couldn't be the perpetrator of the crime. You did? Why? How are you so sure? My dear fellow, there are but two things in this world on which one can rely with total certainty. What two things? The first is the word of a great detective, and the second is the tragic rumbling of an empty belly. Ah, not again. When I first entered this cabin, there did arise from this gentleman a belly rumbling so obviously tragic that it confirmed beyond all doubt. The man had not eaten a single rib steak in some time, let alone 3. Why do I have to suffer this humiliation when I've done nothing wrong? Curses, I will catch this thief. He cannot have gone far. Indeed, assuming he decided against a post-meal constitutional swim. Well, if you will excuse me now, my apologies for upsetting your evening. Okay, detective, one moment, please. Yes? That was a most remarkable deduction. Perhaps you'd be kind enough to tell me your name. Ah, it slipped my mind. You have to been talking with the one and only Herlock Sholmes. I see. Well, I'm Kazuma Asogi. I'm a student on the way to Great Britain. Pleased to make your acquaintance, Mr. Asogi. Oh, and before I forget, yes, I feel I should warn you. Live cargo is strictly forbidden on this vessel. So you would do well to conceal the stowaway currently lying low under your bed as carefully as possible. Oh, under the bed? I bid you farewell, then, Mr. Asogi. Okay, yeah, and that explains how Sholmes knew it was Kazuma right away. And I guess that's why he wasn't so surprised to see Naruhodo as well. I see. Okay, that works out. That actually works out. Like, yeah. Sholmes knew Kazuma already a bit. Like, he knew it was him. That's why he knew to fake his death. I suppose I should have been expecting nothing less of a great detective. Now then. When did you move in under the bed? I thought you... Oh, this is the first time we actually have Naruhodo from first person. I thought he'd have done it when he opened the wardrobe door. We'd had it. It was thanks to that split-second chance you engineered. That I what? You treasured him for a moment, remember? When you suggested he investigated the other cabins instead? Oh yes, he turned to look towards the corridor, didn't he? Well, I couldn't see what he was doing, of course. But I thought to myself, it's now or never, and the next thing I knew, I was under the bed. You really know how to give me a scare, don't you? Anyway, what's all this about the rib steaks, eh? Sorry about that. I've just been so hungry. Okay, Naruhodo did steal something. Ever since we left Japan, stuck in that tiny wardrobe. Well, you should know, You've been splitting all your meals with me. You must be starving too, surely. Run Q. And there was that power cut before, wasn't there? For about 10 minutes. So it was then. I caught a whiff of the most delicious smell. And I thought to myself, it's now or never. Next thing I knew, I had a steak in my hands. This man just can't help getting himself into trouble. Oh, alright. You were hungry, but 3 steaks? Thanks to you, 3 crewmen are going without tonight. No, it was just the one. What? I took 1 rib steak from the kitchen, that's all. But I don't understand. Hey, I'm not that selfish. If I'd stolen 3 steaks, I'd at least could toss 1 your way. I'm not your pet dog. In that case, who stole the other 2? Ah, do you think... could there be a ghost on board? A meat-loving ghost? There can only been a single bone in the wardrobe when Minovsky moved to hide on the bed. Which means that the other 2 bones can only have been put there by one very flesh-and-blood person. Sholmes just taking meat. What's so funny? We're on haunted ghost ship. A great detective, or a great mischief maker. Either way, I think I'd like to spend a little more time getting to know that man. The great Herlock Sholmes. And then you didn't, unfortunately. It's nice that we did, like, there's a bit of Kazuma and Sholmes interaction at least. Even though, like, they didn't get much time. Ha! Pretty much. I'm glad I managed to get her, thankfully, from the gacha as well, thankfully. Because I was gonna choose between her or Welt, and then I got her, thankfully, so I'm gonna get Welt. If I don't get Welt beforehand, I'll get Welt after on the 300 standard banner. Islands do? I have no idea. I haven't looked. I think there's one that's really good, that she doesn't lose stacks, I think. Or like she'll also do counter hits on other people getting hit, I think. I can't remember. I think there's something like that, but I didn't look into it. I think they're pretty alright though. Alright, 6 more of these to go. Here we are again. Every time we visit here, the atmosphere in this place seems to get more and more overbearing. The buff counter can activate more than I think so, yeah. I think one of the Eidolons means that she doesn't lose stacks. I think so, yeah. So she doesn't lose stacks. I think. Yeah. So she can counter more than twice. I think one of them gives more stacks. Or like infinite stacks. Well, it doesn't run out, rather. Just think, we could be at home with Sholmes and Iris having a nice cozy breakfast. We have a duty to report the outcome of the case, especially since we're guests here in Britain. I'm afraid this visit couldn't have been avoided. Suppose not, but is there even anyone here? You could hear a pin drop in this place. It's too solemn for its own good. It's very quiet, isn't it? The only sound is the ticking of the great clock as it keeps time. Tick-tock. Because her gun can... I think instantly it's her buff count. I think it's... Oh, that's it, yeah. I think it's the buffed one that doesn't run out of stacks, I think. I think it's the buffed one. The buffed one, I think. I can't remember which one, though. Which level she needs. What was that? I wonder... The unusual comforting sound of the clock seems to have been joined by less comforting shuffling sound today. Tick-tock, tick-tock, tick-tock. Ha. You're right, something's disturbing the rhythmical ticking. Sounds rather like an unfit middle-aged man running from pillar to post, clumsily. Oh, hi Greg. Who are you calling unfit? Oh, Gregson, what are you doing here? What am I... Isn't it flaming obvious? 58 seconds remaining, Inspector. Ah, we'll have to talk later, Sunshine. Good morning, Lord Strongheart. Wow, he's really looking fiercely at his pocket watch today. And good morning to you. Business so early in the day? Oh, yes. Well, I mean, it's about the other day, we are to deliver our report, Lord Strongheart, as our dealings with Natsume are over. Ah, yes, the little Japanese man. I already cast my eyes over Van Jeek's report. Ah, I see. I need to do the Trosser event. I haven't done it yet, and it's like a few hours left. I'll do it after the stream. I need to do that. I just haven't done it yet. I must say, the outcome surprised me. Thank you for a job well done. You are too kind, my lord. It's not here. It's not there. It is not here over there either. Short event. Okay, good. That's good. Because I just haven't felt like doing the event. I do dailies, but then I don't log in afterwards for the day. So it's like, oh. Maybe the next story update. The next story update, but not anytime not anytime soon though. When the next update happens with the next main story, sure. Yeah. I'll do the next main story update at least. I hope you don't mind me asking, but what's the Inspector doing? He's been hearing about between the bookshelves, looking beside him with worry. He's looking for a particular work, The Lion's Pride. Now there's an old too familiar title. I'd heard it was a popular tale, so I took a copy from the rental library. Yeah, I got it, yeah. Yeah, it's the one where you ask, are you really Kafka? And she sends you the picture. Does she send something else if you ask the other options? I heard like, she sends you a picture of her and Blade if you put another option, but I didn't pick that one. Or not, I don't know. I don't know if the other options give you something. But I haven't done her companion quest though. I heard it's actually a good one this time. I heard her one is really good. In terms of like actually being like pretty good for development. So I'll do that in my own time. I think. If I haven't done it by then, I'll do it. We'll see. I don't know. No, I don't. But next time I stream the game will be main story update. Popular tale. So I'll take a copy from the rental library. However, it wasn't to maintain my interest, so I soon cast it aside. Happened to notice a vacant spot on one of my shelves at the time, so I duly saw the book there. Unfortunately, I no longer remember where that was. Nope, not there. Not here either. Come on, where are you lions hiding? It's a bit of a weird tone now. Like, we know that Gregson is in Strongheart's palm, so like having Gregson like it's like Gregson being like doing odd jobs for Strongheart now has a darker tone to it because we know the reason. We know the reason why. So it's like, oh. The book is due back today, so I asked Gregson to locate from your investigative prowess. Inside the 5 minutes. I must say, I've never seen anyone working so hard to find something. It's like a man possessed. Ah yes, that's because his month's salary is staked upon the outcome. Whose instigation? Let me guess. This stony-faced lord? And 5-minute time limit? What's the significance of that? There is none. Just my vulgar mischief spirit showing itself, I'm afraid. Ha! Ha! Oh, by your own admission? Ah, I can't. My feet. 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1. That time's up, Inspector. Ah. Which means that next month you work unpaid. Have no days off. No days off. There really are just so many books here. It's overwhelming. For some, perhaps, I've purchased every book, new or old, on the subject of law from all over the globe. Wouldn't have believed it a few short decades ago. A place like this couldn't have existed. What do you mean, Inspector? When I was a lad, no one ever dreamed of buying books. Oh, I see. Western books are such luxury items, I suppose. With clever covers and fancy bindings. No, that's not it. Oh. There was a tax on paper, you see. On paper? Yeah. I mean, it was abolished about 30 years back now, but it used to be the case. There was a tax levied on any kind of paper. So obviously that meant folks couldn't afford to buy any books at all. Ah, so it was that why places like this rental library you mentioned before came into existence, Lord Strongheart. Is it really? Huh. That'd be interesting. That's interesting if that's like why libraries exist. If it actually is true. That'd be interesting. The general public consider books as items for hire. London is home to a vast lending library with some 3.5 million books. You couldn't hope to read all that even if you were reincarnated 10,000 times. Even I would choose to rent a book rather than purchase it if I knew I would read it infrequently. So the tax has been quite surprised us already in the past few days. Came up in Sumi's trial. It seems the window in this room was filled with some window tax. That would be true. Fortunately, the window tax was abolished 40 years ago. Sadly, in the East End in particular, many windowless houses remain. Britain's always had a bit of a thing for taxing stuff. Whatever they can tax, they tax. Sugar, salt, tea, coffee, you name it. Candles, beards. Wait, sorry. What was that last one? Did you say beards? Yep, the beard tax. Never heard of it. Never. Why would people have to pay money just because they let their facial hair grow? You may as well ask, because it's something that makes them look self-important. None of those with a strict farm policy with no facial hair, I think. Okay, first time we hear about your family. You can relax. The beard tax was confined to the annals of history long ago. Even so, it's clearly something British really love. Paying taxes, I mean. Ha! Paying them? You've got that back to front, sunshine. But you can't deny you've had a lot of funny taxes over the years. You've never found anything like that in Japan. Would you, Susato? In actual fact, I'm afraid you would, Naruhodo. What? No, you don't mean... Surely there hasn't been a window tax in Japan. No, but there have been similarly obscure taxes. For example, in the Edo period, there was a frontage tax. What was that? It was a tax not on windows but on the entrance of properties. The larger entrance was, the greater tax that was levied on it. Even today, some mansions survive with extremely narrow entrances due to that old form of taxation. Damn, I had no idea. So you Japanese are as twisted as us Brits. But we never had a beard tax. I mean, that's really going a step too far. Well, no, that's true. I'm aware of any beards at least. Nowhere. At least? Well, rather than tax them, the shogunate did once prohibit them outright. The ruling class prohibited beards? It was called the Great Beard Prohibition. It was in the Edo period. But why did powers that be want to ban beards? Because it makes people look self-important? Just an idea. It would seem that rulers in the East and the West have very similar ideas over the years. There have been other unusual taxes in our history, even our current Meiji period. There have, for example, those before either of us were born, there was a rabbit tax. There was a tax on adorable fluffy creatures, like the ones who make mochi sweets on the moon. Moon rabbits. Extremely large tax too. Government demanded extraordinary sums of money. It just gets stranger and stranger. What was the reason for that bizarre tax then? Well, after Japan opened its doors to the world, there was an unprecedented rabbit boom in the Meiji capital. A boom? Yes, keeping rabbits became hugely popular, and new species were traded at exorbitant prices. People were even swindled out of their money for exotically colored rabbits. Like colored chicks, I suppose. Hard to imagine though. Rabbits are so timid and quiet. Wouldn't have thought one could bankrupt you. So, in response to this worrying social vogue, the government imposed a rabbit tax. I suppose it couldn't just ignore the problem. And it worked, because the rabbit boom came to an abrupt end. 6 years later, the tax was abolished. Well, hate to say about my own country, but Japan is strange. But there's more. The rabbit tax was abolished then, of course. Society reacted by launching straight into a second rabbit boom. Oh dear. The government didn't think that one through, did they? Your ideas about the world are very much altered by the position you hold in society. You want to talk. If you are responsible for running the country, you will feel the need to raise revenue keenly. Without a stable taxation system, the whole country will go down the drain. We learned about taxes today. Well, this is supposed so, but some of these taxes... That's precisely why ministers use their wiles to invent new and novel ways. Yeah, I am. Yes. I was born here, let's say. I was born here, let's say. Yeah. To invent new and novel ways of taxing the public. Novel ways? Tell me, Naruhodo, if you were one of my country's statesmen, me, a British state, what's the strangest taxes you've seen? I mean, in modern times, there is the bedroom tax. Like, you get taxed if you have, like, too many... You get taxed if you have more bedrooms than normal. Or, like, too many bedrooms. That's one tax. There is, like, obviously the sugar tax. Like, fizzy drinks, you know, soft drinks, Coke, Fanta, that stuff. They're, like, a lot more expensive because of the sugar tax as well. Nothing weird though. Nothing too weird nowadays though. Like bedroom tax maybe probably is the weirder one. But I get that, I guess. It's like property house values and stuff. Something like that. But yeah. Yeah, there is like obviously a tax on imported goods. Like we do have some American like sweets and food, like Lucky Charms cereal, for example, or like Reese's Pieces cereal, but like it's super expensive. Like I'm not paying £6 for cereal. It costs like £5-6 for cereal, which is terrible. Like I'm not paying that much money for cereal, even though Reese's Pieces cereal is really good. But yeah. Yes, what novel tax would you impose? Pray, give us something truly original. Inside 5 seconds. What? Think of something that everyone uses Naruhodo and really squeeze every penny of the population. That's quite intense, Star. I'm very glad Susato is in charge. Your time is up. So, what's your answer? Well... Air? Maybe? How about air? An air tax, you say? Oh, well done, Naruhodo. A truly novel and fiendish idea. Well, everyone has to breathe, so while the population is inhaling air, my government is inhaling money. Blimey, you're tiring at heart, eh? A somewhat radical solution to a country's revenue problems, but sadly, not an original one. No, you mean to say... Surely not. You mean a tax that has been imposed in the past? It was last century. Finance ministers of our neighbour France proposed it. What? If I ever go to visit, I'm holding my breath. Unsurprisingly, it was strongly opposed by the public and soon scrapped. The minister didn't last long either. Oh dear. Though clearly, it could have been an untenable situation. A tax just for living in the past. Damn. Just a tax for living. I mean, technically. Technically. The public at large are a force to be reckoned with. Don't I know it? How about you, Inspector? What tax would you impose? Let me see. My first thought is on objections. Sorry? Been hearing too far many of them recently in court. As a particular lawyer, have in mind as it happens. I think an objection tax could very be handy. Good to see you don't allow your personal views to influence your work in public office. I reckon 5 pence for each objection raised would be about right. Just pay 5 pence. A most amusing proposal, Gregson. A most unamusing proposal, my lord. Fish and chip ban. Tax on fish and chips. Ha! Technically, I guess, like oil tax. Like frying, cooking oil. Or like, I mean, there is fishing tax, actually, I think. Well then, I think it's your turn now. Sorry, my turn for what? So what else? To locate my missing copy of The Lion's Pride. Oh, it's on one of the shelves in the room. Of that, I'm certain. Now, give you 10 minutes. And let's take your student's depend on it. Fail to find the book and you forfeit your next month's payment. Objection! Tax for transporting fish. Your time starts now. Oh, and one more thing. I believe just said the word objection. Ugh. Kindly leave your 5 pence over there before you begin combing the shelves. This tax is going to be the death of me. It's like, what's it called? It's kind of like, it's nice in a way to get like some light-hearted moment with Strongheart. Every time you see him is like serious. So it's nice to have some lightheartedness with him. Alright, let's do... We're halfway now. Let me get some Shelms action this time again. 9th March, 8:23 AM. Shelms is sweet. Okay, yeah, that is... Let me see. Can we see if we can see it? Nah, yeah, that is the same trunk though. Good morning, Iris. Good morning, Mr. Shelms. Oh, morning, Susie. I'll get breakfast on the table for us all. Ah, Shelms. Morning. Come now. Why the long face? Oh, sorry. The thing is... Yeah, the one in the boxing glove, yeah. It's the same trunk that... That I think is the same trunk that Mikotaba saw as well. The thing is... I just had a rather strange envelope posted under the door this morning. With some rather strange things inside. What strange things? Ooh, what is it, Runo? Do I catch the scent of a mystery in the air? Nothing so exciting, I'm afraid, Iris. It's just 5 orange pips. Can't imagine what could possibly... What? Orange pips, Naruhodo. And 5 of them. What's the matter with you? That's a bit of overreaction. Overreaction? Naruhodo, you don't understand. It's a warning. Also imminent danger to your life. What? To my life? What's the meaning of this, Shelms? Yeah, I think it's like on the other side of the bee is always on this angle. It's not here, it's on this side, probably. My dear fellow, why do you make such an inquiry to me? Because the name of the slender was on the envelope, and it was yours. Oh. You're right, Runo. It says sent by Shelms, envoy of hell. So, my little ploy has been exposed. Well, so be it. Cast your mind back, if you will, Mr. Naruhodo, to the time of our dining last night. Oh, yes, Mrs. Odo cooked Japanese food for us. Indeed. In particular, you may recall a final norimaki sushi roll I was about to devour. That is, before you swooped in with your clacking chopsticks and flicked it under my nose. Oh, I assume because you left it because you didn't want it. I left it, my dear fellow, because I had planned to enjoy it as my last mouthful. Surely you have noted my intent by the subtle dilation of my right pupil. Perhaps a clearer sign would be helpful next time, just an idea. In summary, the post you received earlier is a notice of impending revenge. You should be quick in your boots. Really? Because I went straight out into the garden and planted them. I'm hopeful we can grow some exotic fruit. There's no point sending a notice of impending revenge if the person you send it to doesn't know what it is. Well, I knew, of course, because I've read this book. The Adventures of Sherlock Sholmes. On sale now in all major London bookshops and receiving rave reviews. Oh yes, of course. It's finally been published, hasn't it? I hear it's selling very well. It is. 12 short stories in one volume. I've spent an entire lifetime spending money already. I've earned... Oh! That's why Iris is rich. I think Sherlock doesn't ask... I think Sholmes just doesn't ask Iris for money. No wonder, I guess. And it has further boasted my name. In fact, only the other day, a Bohemian king sought to engage my... Oh, I see. The Bohemian king. He wasn't lying. It really was something. Really? That's extraordinary. Of course, the gentleman proceeded with some pretense of it being a fishmonger for a duration. But only a fool would presume to be able to deceive my eyes just as a charade. So how'd you know he was a king then? A German king. Oh, true. But he also called him Ormstein something, so it's the Bohemian kid. There is no mystery, my dear fellow. A distinct smell of fish accompanied the man's lowly apparel. Though he tried to hide it, left side of his moustache quivered in quite manifest manner. Oh, Sholmes. That should be brilliant. See, I guess Iris has money. It's just that Sholmes obviously doesn't want to, like, ask the child to pay for rent. Iris has money from selling books, which makes sense now. Like, she can afford the herbal blends, and afford the pheasant and all that stuff. It makes sense now. Having neatly resolved the case for the man, I will send a quantity of fresh cod as a mark of appreciation. I think perhaps you shouldn't discount the possibility that he actually was a fishmonger. Oh. Is that... Can anyone else smell burning? Oh yes, you're right. And look, smoke. I think maybe. Fire. Fire! There's a fire, everyone. Really, a fire? We must leave at once. Everyone, out of the building. No, wait. I have to go back to my room first. Are you deranged? If you're not asphyxiated by smoke, the flames would burn you to death. I mean, I think a cooking file. But my Daruma doll. I can't let my Daruma burn. It means too much. Drat. Sorry, but I'm going to make a dash for it upstairs. Oh, Runo, you're so funny. This is no time for jokes, Iris. Go quickly. Get out of here. But there is no fire. Is there, Hurley? Huh? What a delight to see that ploy enacted in flesh. I wouldn't have dared to dream I would be so lucky. The revenge plot. Right. Mrs. Otto. Indeed. It was a ploy. A devilment engineered by my puckish spirit. It was all a trick? But why? It is a simple experiment of the mind, Naruto. When his life is threatened, a fellow is compelled instantly to protect that property to which he attaches matching importance. Oh, he does this in the book. That's interesting. Okay. So the Daruma doll is his most important thing. I see. And not your own life, Runo. The most important thing seems to be your Daruma doll. Let's not dwell on that, shall we, Iris? Though you knew all along, Susato, that it was a trick. Yes, of course. The ploy is very described in oh, they even mention it in this book. The Adventures of Sherlock Sholmes. On sale now in all major London bookshops and receiving rave reviews. Not again. I have used that device quite satisfactorily in the past to solve the case. Oh yes, it was a great success, wasn't it? That's the thing, like, I think, like, with Sherlock Sholmes, he leans more on deduction versus evidence. Like, there is obviously evidence, but he leans more on deduction. While in the courtroom, you're not allowed to do as much deduction. You need solid evidence, pretty much. Got 1k subs, yay. We got there finally, yeah. Thank you. We got there finally, thank you. Yeah. It's good to see. It's good to see. Thank you. But when you started feeling fire every crime scene. In the end, people started to pay no attention to you at all. Yes, that's true. There was a time when I was known as a Sholmes who cried wolf. I think there's a lesson to be learned in there somewhere. But sadly, my little ploy failed to yield results this time. Iris is utterly amazed. What do you mean? Well, I was anticipating Iris would immediately expose her secret hiding place. In case of the nest egg, she must have cached somewhere in this room. Nest egg? You think Iris has some secret savings? Why, naturally, the book is selling like hotcakes after all. It's simply deduction, indeed, to conclude that profits must be concealed here within these walls. Oh, Sholmes, are you in need of money? Ah, I bet I know what it is. It's that new microscope that's gone on sale, isn't it, Hurley? What else? I have such a strong desire to own one, yet my own purse is £1 too light. And as no offer of a loan has been forthcoming, I have been forced to resort to an alternative stratagem. Sorry, Hurley, but I'm not falling for that. I'm not coming from the Sholmes who cried wolf. Ah, how vexing. You really shouldn't be trying to steal 10-year-old savings, you know. My book is full of its little tricks like that, you see. The army of the great detective. Except in this case, both the orange pips and the fake fire fell a little flat, didn't they? Oh, I have plenty more tricks up my sleeve. Take, for example, the case of the Boscombe Valley mystery. I'm ready full of dread, just from the title. It is a tale of extraordinary skill on the part of the great detective, the skill of tracking. Tracking? When I arrived at the scene of the crime in the eponymous valley, there were footprints everywhere. But my eye was immediately drawn to one scent in particular. Oh, Sholmes, your detective's instincts are truly remarkable. As you know, my dear madame, no detail, no matter how small, escapes the scrutiny of these eyes. So I tracked every quarry, when the details traveled footprints all the way to the man's present residence. It led you to his house? What a triumph! You misunderstand me to my own house, my dear fellow. Huh? The footprints were, in the final analysis, was made by my own shoes. Hurley had left here for Boscombe Valley as soon as he received the telegram about the case, you see. And then he followed his own trail back here to Baker Street. Ha. Now, Iris, please. You make it sound almost humdrum. I assure you, it's no easy feat. Tracking of his nature is a skill possessed only by the great Sherlock Sholmes. You're right, it really is extraordinary. Quite extraordinary is a word, and let it be lost on the subject. Anyway, needless to say, I subsequently went to solve the case of various deductions. Yes, it's the various other deductions that I'm interested in. Ah, well, you should have to read the book then. Yeah, it's a big book advertisement. Should Iris penetrate with a useful flourish? Oh, absolutely. I put ingenious spin on the great detective exploits. Must have been very ingenious to make this man sound more credible as a detective. Wait, is that... Does it smell like something's burning again? We've had enough devilment for one day, Sholmes. Put your puckish spirit to bed. I assure you, there's nothing to do with me or my spirit. What? Oh no, the smoke is getting thicker. You mean it's not a trick this time? There really is a... Fire. Fire. There's a fire, everyone. Mr. Zato, where are you going? Stand aside, Mr. Narhodol. Easy, Sholmes. Why are you... Smash. Sholmes, why did he just chuck that bust of Napoleon on the floor? Oh, look at that. In amongst all the broken porcelain. No. I only know Sherlock Holmes as a popular figure, but I haven't read or watched anything. Like, I like his fashion sense. But like, I haven't actually read or watched anything from Sherlock Holmes. Sorry, Sherlock Holmes. At all. I have a game I could play at one point, maybe. But that's about it. Amongst the broken porcelain. Coins, sovereigns in fact, worth a whole pound each. Come everyone, we must leave at once. Evacuate the building. You fell for it, Hurley. Hook, line and sinker. Ah. Wait, you mean Iris? I certainly wouldn't have guessed that that's where you'd hidden it. Do you mean to say that this smoke was... My own puckish spirit needs to come out and play sometimes, you know. What? Ah, of course. I knew what it is, Iris. It's that indoor herb garden set that went on sale last week, isn't it? That's what you're after. I want one so desperately, but I'm £4 short. And even though you told me you didn't have any money to spare before, I knew you had a secret nest egg somewhere in this room. Ah, you outwitted me again. You really shouldn't let yourself be outwitted by a 10-year-old child, you know? So, thank you for your loan, Hurley. Oh, but wait. What's the matter? Where's Susie? She's disappeared. I thought Iris was rich. True, but sometimes like ask your dad for money. And I guess the book hasn't been on sale last week. That's right. She went up the stairs before, didn't she? Ha ha ha. Oh, what are you all still doing in here? We have to evacuate. It won't be long, but the fire is... Ah. Sorry, Susie. Children will get up to mischief once in a while, you know? But it's all probably harmless. Harmless maybe, but also devious. Oh well, at least nobody was hurt. Apart from Napoleon and my secret hoard. Now, tell us, Susato, what is it that you went so fleet-footed to fetch? Sorry? Oh, no, nothing. This is nothing. Susie, that's your notebook detailing all of Runo's trials, isn't it? It's bulging at the seams. What? Ah, a testament to the various people who you've helped over the past months. Sato, well, I am your judicial assistant after all. I would do anything to ensure the safety of these records. Even risk my life, if necessary. I mean, it's very important to me. It's like a diary of everything we've achieved together. Ah, I'm getting teary-eyed now. Yes, it's stark contrast to a certain someone who would have fetched this Daruma though, I must say. Oh, this is really nice, like, he really did build up the whole, like, family kind of dynamic with Sholmes and like, everyone else. Alright. 3, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, still 4 more to go. 5th of March, Naruto's legal consultancy. Hello, I'm back. Oh, hello, Mr. Naruhodo. Did you have a good outing? Hi, Runo. Have you checked out? Not yet, no. Not yet, no. Not yet. Not yet. Not yet. Not yet. Not yet. It's not yet. Not yet. If it goes like on a big sale, I'll pick up. If it goes on a big sale, I'll probably pick it up. If it goes on a bigger sale. So far, like, it's mostly been like 10% sale, so it's not much. So when it goes on a bigger sale, sure. But yeah, one day. What's the matter? Your eyes are as big as dinner plates. Iris, I wasn't expecting to see you here. I just made some tea, Naruto. Would you like a cup? A cup or two, yes. Definite tea. Haha. Alright, Runo, what's going on? You're acting extremely strangely. What? Me? No, no. I'm a normal can be. Normality itself. Not again, Mr. Naruhodo. Sorry? No, what again? What do you mean, Susie? Whenever he goes out on his own lately, he always comes back with a peculiar new purchase. Peculiar? Peculiar? What's peculiar about the things I've bought? Seem to think that anything British is a curiosity must have. Keep buying items of bric-a-brac, even though you don't know what they are. Well, there are rather a lot of bric-a-brac shops and pawnbrokeries around here. It's when I've been to Lone Strong Hut to give my weekly report. Probably something British, So let's see. I'm always so nervous beforehand. On the way home, I just find myself in these shops and... Yes, alright, I can't deny it. I bought something. You're right, you can't deny it, because your eyes are wider than ever. You really ought to put up a warning sign about them. They're bigger than some potholes around here. It's hard to resist these bric-a-brac shops. It's also cheap. I can't deny it, honestly, yeah. Like, part of me, like, I like going to, like, charity shops, or, like use second-hand stores, and, like, looking around to see if there's anything interesting. Shelms has given me lots of useful advice about how to pick one of the real bargains. You must remember, Runo, that Harry likes to have fun with you. Take his advice with a big pinch of salt. Well, that's true. The thing he told me was a pot stand. Wasn't a pot stand at all. I never guessed there was a collapsible top hat. No, I never have guessed you could fill up this one empty room so quickly. You give it to Overkill's kindness. Very nice. I mean, more like if it's on sale, sure, get it. Honestly, it's overflowing with things we don't need now. I mean, look at those scales. Not once have you weighed anything on them. I know, but ever since I first started the defense's Benson Court, I don't know why, but I've always really wanted my own little self-scales. Let's see it then, Naruhodo. What have you come home with today? Oh, well, it's, one of these. What is it? It looks so dry and just shriveled up in a bowl. Really, Naruhodo? What is it? It's a sea anemone. An anemone? Anemone. Yes, I mean, I know it doesn't look like it at the moment. It's so shriveled up, like you said. Aren't sea anemones living creatures? The ones that dance around on the seabed? Yes, exactly. The ones that dance on the seabed. Oh, wait, so sea anemones in the bric-a-brac shops in Britain? I don't know whether they normally do or not, but I do know I bought one today. But why, Runo? Well, yeah, for the aquarium, of course. You got scammed, probably. Aquarium? I don't know the word. Well, according to the shopkeeper, keeping sea creatures in tanks was largely popular here in London before. Ah yes, some people have beautiful fish in seawater tanks, it's true. Having an aquarium became popular because the old glass tax was abolished. More taxes. There it is again, rearing its ugly head. Those of taxation. It was a real craze for a while. You know, Six has one. We didn't see one. He has bats. He has bats and not fish. It was a real craze for a while. Everyone in London had one. For a while? Yes, it didn't last long. People's enthusiasm soon waned. Because it's far too much work to be changing seawater regularly in a city like London. Never a truer word said, I'm sure. You'd think we wouldn't realize that from the start, wouldn't you? Anyway, that was long before I was born. So now everyone jokes that there's an unloved aquarium covered in dust in every attic in the capital. And it's true, there's one in the attic too. When I told the man in the bric-a-brac shop about it, he had these words of wisdom. That's why this is Age of Sea Anemone. It made a lot of sense to me. It made sense to you, did it? But, Runo, this anemone's completely dried up. You soak it in water overnight and it'll be good as new. That's what the man said. I'm not sure this how it works. Same as dried wakame seaweed, Naruto. Once I've saved some money, I'm gonna buy some prawns to keep this little fellow company. Oh, how exciting! You'll obviously be teaming with life. Will it really? Britain is a funny country though. I mean, a sea enemy craze? Well, they say people in glass houses about comments like that there, Naruto. Don't forget, there was a very curious rabbit craze in our country not so long ago. Okay, wow, these are in order then. These are in order. A mortifying chapter that people try to erase from the history books 100 years from now, I'm sure. You know, there was another craze as well before the aquarium one. Have you heard of the Wardian cases? Wardy what? No, I've never heard of them. They were little glazed cases for growing plants indoors, I believe. Oh, I see. For plant lovers to raise their favorite tropical plants. Like, mini glass houses. That's right. Different types of ferns. Ferns? Do you mean those rather dull plants with lots of fronds for leaves? They're not dull at all. Ferns are lovely plants. I think people wanted to recreate the exotic foliage of the tropics in their own homes. So they grew ferns? I mean, ferns, sea anemones. Londoners suddenly have a knack for obscure. Pretty much, because, like, it's so, like, foreign exotic. Thinking about it, my grandfather loved the moss in his bonsai. He loved looking after it bearing the trees. I do know there's, like, moss enthusiasts as well. Ferns are pretty popular nowadays, yeah. I feel like the more obscure something is, the more it interests people. Maybe. Anyway, the Wardian case craze didn't last long. And now most of those little glass cases are just gathering dust, I think. But I haven't seen one in your room, Iris. Haven't I seen one in your room? Ooh, very observant of you, Susie. Yes, that's right. Mine's certainly not gathering dust. I grow tropical herbs in it. Ah. Well, Naruto, I really must ask you to stop all this frivolous buying of strange things. Yes, alright, sorry. It's just that, well, I think Mr. Sholmes' room. He has all sorts of peculiar trinkets lying around. Oh, well, that's true. They seem to be growing in number. We have noted a blowpipe, a barrel crystal set, piece of twisted gold, a gold-rimmed pince nez. A small gramophone record in there the other day. I slipped onto the gramophone, but it was just a whispering voice saying Norbury, and nothing more. What could it possibly be about? Those are all mementos of cases that Sholmes the Hurleys solved over the years. Ah, yeah. Exactly, that's what I want to create in here. The sort of atmosphere. Ah, a room full of meaningful trinkets, each with their own unique history, you mean? Yes, that's that. I knew you understand, Sasato. But, Naruto, none of the things you've brought for the room have any connection with any of our cases. Oh, don't they? Well, for example, take that splendid but rather weather-beaten top hat. That wasn't used as evidence in any of the cases we've worked on, was it? Oh, so you have two top hats if you count the collapsible one as well? No, the collapsible one is a pot stand, as far as I'm concerned anyway. But the other day when we were in court, they were everywhere, weren't they? Just top hats. Top hats, I mean. Well, here in Britain, of course, they're the mark of a true gentleman, so it's hardly surprising. If a man wouldn't wear a top hat when he ventures outdoors, he'd be looked down upon. Gosh, it has a very strict rules, doesn't it? The English Gentleman's Code. I've been wondering how it'd look in a top hat recently. After all, my university uniform is black as well, so I think it could be it would be very in keeping. Oh, what a good idea. Go on then, Runo, try it on. No. The lesson here, I suppose, is that the juxtaposition of a student and gentleman is just so strange and wrong. Add a top hat to your model. Ha! Ha! I could, but I don't have the asset. I don't think it'd suit me. Nah. I don't think it would suit me. It's a bit too showy. It's a bit too showy. And it cover. I like, honestly, like, for me, I'm not a big hat fan in terms of like, I like hair. I like seeing the hair over hats. It depends. Like, her look Shelm's fine. His hat is cool. But like, I lean more design wise on, I like hair instead of hats and helmets. So if I can avoid wearing a hat or a helmet in games, I will. That's so ridiculous. I've been to bet every foreigner who sees one of these in the first time thinks exactly the same thing. Why is that man wearing a chimney on his head? People in glass houses, remember, Runo? What do you mean? Well, what about Japanese chonmei's top knots? Those haircuts are the height of ridiculousness. True. You can take a hat off. Once you have a chon mage, it's chon your head for good. Ha! I'd be willing to bet every foreigner who sees a chon mage for the first time thinks the same thing. Why is that man wearing a cannon on his head? I suppose that's what it means to have different cultures, isn't it? On the subject of hats, the one Shelms always wears is very strange, don't you think? I beg your pardon, Naruto? What a thing to say. That has the very essence of Shelms. Yes, if I was the Deerstalker, the Great Rectangle would be unrecognizable. It's called a Deerstalker? That's a surprising swanky name. The name of a hunter, like a flat cap. Have you tried the new cards? Not yet, no. Not yet. Do you mean the I haven't done it yet. The lone duels, the lone trial ones. Oh, Kashtira. No. I know they're like gonna be they're gonna be meta. They're like, I know they like block off zones. They're like Ojamas, but like extra super powerful Ojamas. I don't know if I'll build it. I don't think I'll build it because I'm gonna go into the IP Masquerena pack. I want to get one Masquerena with the new art. So I'm gonna use my gems for Masquerena. So I'm not gonna be, and I spent on Labyrinth. I need to finish that. So no new decks for a while. Plus I want Masquerena, so yeah. I want the art for Masquerena, so I'll be trying to get her first before I spend my gems on actual decks. Like, I mean, I guess Time Thief, the XC card, is pretty good, so it's nice to have him. I'm not gonna build S-Force, but like, I do want the Masquerena card. I mean, it also has like, what's it called again? What's it called? The psychic one. I forgot what they're called. Those guys as well. Horrible idea. What's up? What are you doing? I want to visit. I know I want to visit registry. Buy one for myself. I'm not sure it's going to fit over your hair. Well, I think it's perfect for a great detective who stalks his criminal's quarry. What do you think is strange about it anyway? Well, you've seen it. It has two brims, one from the top, front, one from the back. Why do you need two brims on a hat? Dark magic Kashtira. I see. Good luck. Surely one in the front is enough, no? One moment, please. If you ask me, it's just Shelms' madcap personality coming through. I bet so he doesn't have to think about which way to put the hat on, or something like that. Ha! So does not have a madcap personality. He's only got a clear head. Deerstalkers were made for hunters who hide in the thickets when they were stalking their prey. The brim of the back was designed to stop the stalks of the palants, scratching the backs of their necks. Oh! So that's the reason. Thank you, Ash, for educating us. So he doesn't spend a lot of time in thickets though, does he? Well, no, that's true. I'm telling you, it's just his impetuous personality. That's my theory, I'm sticking to it. Firmly. Ah. Here you all are. Oh, good afternoon, Shelms. It's not long made some tea, Shelms. Would you like a cup? I see I've come at a good time, Mrs. Otto. Thank you. Now, I have something I would like you to see. I designed myself a new detective hat. Oh, what the? That's a brim at the front and at the back and at both sides. 4 brims in total. Your observation is quite correct, my dear madame. I'm a busy man, you see. But with this hat, whichever way I put it on, I shall always have it pointing the correct way. Oh. With my previous hat, I could in an impetuous moment wear erroneously with the brims on either side. That's impressively clumsy, I would say. And I must regretfully say, I think your madcap theory was correct, after all. But really, Shums, with brims on all sides, wouldn't it be better to wear a top hat instead? Oh yes, and however you put it on, you'd have a brim all around. What? So true, so true. How could I have been so blinkered by this fact until now? Well, fortunately I happen to have 2 top hats here. If you just lift the pot off it, you're welcome to try that one over there. Indeed I shall, my good fellow. Much obliged. Oh dear, Hurley. You look terrible. More terrible than I could have imagined. Oh, that's not good. Maybe it's because of your long face paired with the tall hat. It just doesn't look. It doesn't work. I mean, it's very nice, Shelms. Even if it will have the warden fits of laughter. Ah, I should never have meddled with it. Give me my D-Stalker forevermore. And give me my regulation university hat forevermore. Oh, he does have a hat, yeah. Minoski does have a hat, but he doesn't wear it often. I still hope that you'll graduate one day, Naruto. Don't give up. Alright, 3 more of these to watch over, and then we can call it a day. Alright, 3 more. Natsume's room, Briar Road, and In the Bailey. February 6:09 PM. Natsume's room. So, Naruto, Natsume, are you really returning home to Japan? The windowless room, yeah. Yes, indeed I am. Everything is arranged already. Well, we'll be sad to see you go. And if the Runo worked so hard to prove your innocence as well. What a shame. It feels like it was all a wasted effort. Avoid the glass, the window tax, yeah, window tax. It's the window tax, yeah. Don't say that, but then some places just don't bother to put back the windows. I know what you're suggesting. Now, calm down, Natsume. It's all fine, really. You are in good company here, sir. If you fear the Reaper, you didn't hide the fact. I am proud citizen of the Empire Japan. I'm not a scaredy cat. Talking of cats, Shelms just casually threw one among the pigeons there. A man like me belongs in Japan, not here. That's what I've come to realize. I wonder. A moustache such as yours is eminently suited in London, I would say. There goes Shelms throwing another cat in. The moment I arrived in the city, I noticed. Everyone in London laughs at me behind my back, like hyenas. Hysterical hyenas ha-haing horribly. I'm sure that's not true, Natsume. Oh, but it is. Whenever I turn around and peer down the fog-filled streets, all I see is foreigners everywhere. Well, there's you, Runo, and Susie in here, so that's 3 foreigners out of 5 people. I take your point. Only the other day, I was taking a stroll through the fog as usual when a young man approached me from ahead, pale and gaunt, his back arched like a cat. Observing his wretchedness moved me so deeply. Ah, I thought to myself, I'm not the only one suffering in this hell. Have I seen Cowboy Bebop? No, I haven't watched it yet. I know it's good, I haven't watched it. I haven't watched it myself. But, do you know what? Can you imagine? I'm cultured, ha! I'm just really bad at watching things. I just haven't, like, I just didn't, like... you know, settle down, watch a lot of things. Like, a friend of mine is has much better time of watching things than me. As in, like, they watch like a bunch of things already. I just like haven't watched anything in like a good while. It was a reflection of a shop window. A stunning, stinging, purifying surprise. Don't forget, slap in the face. Everyone started laughing at me. Gentlemen fairabouts, ladies passing by, even a man in a shop window. Ah yes, and a certain great detective would like to be included among the mirthful. Ah, Sholmes really is going for Zeki-san today. Well, I for one think you're a very handsome man, Natsume. Fair, did you hear that? This 10-year-old girl thinks you're handsome. Isn't that wonderful? Blade is overlaid by Hu Tao. And what joke is that? First I've heard of it. Unless, like, what? Because Blade wants to die. This makes me feel superstitiously. Oh, gameplay mechanic. Oh, I see. I see. Ah, I see. They both have the whole lose HP stuff. I see. Enmity playstyle. That makes me feel suspiciously warm inside. He looks genuinely delighted. That point is, we Japanese are humble and modest, studying on foreign soil, surrounded by foreign people. How could anyone possibly enjoy that? No one could. It's impossible. You're a genuine Japanese. If you're genuine Japanese. If you say so. Actually, it would appear there is someone. A Japanese man who studied in a foreign country and seems to have thrived on experience. There is. Mr. Ogai Mori. Where did you study in Germany? Mr. Mori? Pray, tell us more of this fellow. Well, today he's a very successful author in Japan. I've heard of him. He's the professor who wrote My Hime, isn't he? My Hime? Oh, Hime, right. But I'm supposing English the title would be Dancing Queen, maybe? Oh, I see. Tell a woman who walks her way through the world, perhaps? You really needn't make up a silly translation, you know. It's already called The Dancing Girl in English. It seems Mr. Mori greatly enjoyed his time in Germany. He close with a local lady while he was there. Close, you say? With a local lady? A compatriots criminally contradictory conduct. Well, I suppose your experience of studying abroad depends on the large extent of your character. As they say, many men, many minds. Mr. Mori has an open mind, Miss Natsume, a closed one. Possibly a slightly black and white view, don't you think, Sholmes? Well, anyway. If that's how you feel about being abroad, why did you choose to study here? Wasn't it to further our national understanding of the English language or something? Yes, that's right. So what were you doing in Japan before you came to Britain then? It was a school teacher. Of English, of course. A bit cursory perhaps, but I've managed to discover some information about Natsume's third teaching days. That's just a little outside the field of law, isn't it, Susato? Well, let me pose you a question, Mr. Naruto. If you had to translate the English phrase, I love you, into Japanese, what would it become? Ah, that's easy. Aishiteru, or Suki desu. Wrong. According to Natsume's teaching, at least. What? Would you like to explain, Natsume? Yes, of course. Your research was very thorough. I always used to tell my students, but we Japanese don't express ourselves that way. Rather, we might say, Suki ga kirei desu ne. My dear Natsume, I must interject. Suki ga kirei desu ne will translate as, the moon is beautiful. Oh, this thing. Oh, I've heard of this. Right. I've heard of this. Yeah. Like, the moon is beautiful tonight, isn't it? It's like a love confession. Like, actual proper love confession. Yeah. I've heard of this. Thing. Same sound, different meaning, yeah. I mean, even like, I love you, like, yeah, because like, what's it called? Like, I love you platonically. I love you as a friend. I love you as a lover. There's lots of like language can be interesting. But yeah, I've heard of this. I know that. The point is that we Japanese are resistant when it comes to expressing our emotions. We express our feelings of adoration are Suki, by originating the beauty of the moon, the Suki. Ah, yeah. I see. Ah, using the Suki to express Suki. I'm using plain words, I see. No, in language you might understand better. Bad Sholmes. It's not play on words, it's subtle, it's humble, it's fleeting and beautiful. It's art. It's both. It's both play on words and being beautiful. Isn't it just being shy? That as well. Ah. My dear fellow, the foreign dancing girl will forever be out of your reach with such an attitude. Ah. Imagine how the great Mr. Mori would react. He would win the lady's heart in a flash, with a well-placed and unrestrained I love you. Ah, the smooth Mori. Am I destined to live in his shadow forever? What sort of man is in that imagination of yours? The fact is, I just can't settle in this foggy London town with most foreign inhabitants. I've lost count of the number of different lodges I tried before I found myself here. As it happens, I even lived on Baker Street one time. No, really? A Sao scholar lives near there, a man by the name of William James Craig. His knowledge of Sao is unsurpassed. It's been a great inspiration to me over the... Forgive the interruption, but I'm supposed to be familiar with this Sao of which you speak of. It's Shakespeare, of course. Shakespeare. But in Japanese, we write it as Sa and O. Oh, right, we do... Yeah, we do hear about this in the second... We did hear about that, yeah. Phonetic representation using kanji, so... English is Igrisu, and America is America. Kind of think of it, we use the same characters as Ri in the one word and Risu in another. A bit confusing. Language discussion. So Shakespeare is Sao in Japanese. Presumably the Sa is a brutal to say the word Sha, the first Sha. In which case, where's the Shakespeare? Never thought of that. We only have the O left. Which could, even in the most charitable interpretation, be a brutal attempt of old man. Oh! It seems like whoever had a job deciding on foreign characters for his name got bored very early on. Complete kanji character catastrophe. So then, on the burning question, what about me? How do you write my name? I don't think they give ages in Genshin at all. They never give ages. They never give them out. Like, they just say you interpret how you want. From what I think they mentioned it in an interview or something. From what I randomly saw, like they never mention ages at all. They never, if at all, rarely mention a character's actual age, so you can interpret it. Herlock Sholmes, my dear fellow. Must be Japanese characters for my name. Oh dear. I'm sorry, Sholmes, but none exist as far as I'm aware. What? Am I really nothing to you Japanese? In that case, it's a matter of paramount importance. You must construct my name in kanji at once. Oh, well, we could use a kanji that's pronounced so to start with, then use one more to give. So, ooh, perhaps. I think that would be right, Mr. Sholmes. I guess they use Sherlock in the Japanese version. Like, instead of Sholmes, they use Sherlock in the same way. So S. For the same dialogue, I guess. We'll see. I don't know. I think in Japanese they keep his name as Sherlock Holmes. we didn't change it. The same as Sao. That's the same as Sao, isn't it? Yes, you employ the dreaded O. I don't want people to be confused with old man who died centuries ago. I'm sure the world's greatest literary figure would rather not be confused with you either. Well, the greatest detective is still youthful and full of vigor. So how about so handsome? Oh yes, that sounds wonderful. I'm sure everyone will be calling you that in 100 years from now. How can she say that with a straight face? What about me then? Iris. Perhaps Aihime, since the second character doesn't seem to matter. Aihime? Oh yes, Princess of Love. That's an adorable name for you, Iris. Stop, please. With a name like that, Mr. Mori is likely to turn up at any moment and rush to declare I love you. Who is this? You got some weird image of him in your head. This Mori-san has become quite a character in Sasaki-san's mind. And you, and like, it's funny, like, yeah, and then it turns out Iris actually is, well, it's the translation for Ayame. And you, Naruhodo, might I venture Kurobozu as a fishing name for you, as in Dark Monk? Oh, that's very good. It describes you perfectly, Runo. So you think I'll be wearing this black varsity uniform for the rest of my days, do you? But Naruhodo already has a Japanese name, and I believe he needs another. Well, anyway. We were talking about your life here in London, weren't we, Natsume? You should go out and have fun. The landlady said said as much to me too. Mrs. Garadeb? It wasn't fun at all. It was frightful. Whatever do you mean? A psycho incident. Incident? On a bicycle? Oh, come to think of it. Oh, right, I see. There's an old bicycle parked outside, isn't there? It's a sorry state, though. I tried to say no to her, but she insisted I took it for a ride. Perhaps my pronunciation was wrong. So I took my life in my hands and intended to ride a steel spider web stallion to a nearby park. I didn't think there was anything wrong with your pronunciation, Natsumi. Joan Garrett isn't really the kind of woman to take no for an answer. If you're going to die, you might as well die in beautiful surroundings. So the park was my first thought. After a whole day of dancing of death, I emerged with only relatively minor bruises. So, you got the knack of it? I don't be silly. Dying isn't something you can learn to do. Natsume, you keep talking about dicing of death and dying and so forth, but riding a bicycle is supposed to be fun. Oh no, that's what people tell you. It's an old wives' tale. Is it? I mean, just consider the real name of the vehicle. It's not called a dicycle for nothing. How anyone expects to use such an aptly named vehicle to move forward is beyond me. Pedal power promises pain. I didn't think it was possible to get worse with practice. I'm lucky to be alive. Although, I must say, after looking death in the eye for a whole week, I did at least manage to mourn the steed reliably. And notwithstanding a few wobbles, I found I could make progress in the forward direction. What a triumph. I can't ride a bike myself, or rather, I don't know how to ride a bike. I didn't properly try before, so I never did. The action is much the same. When first presented with a problem, the mental exertion of trying to solve it leads only to bitter disappointment. But after a week, motorcycle? No. I mean, I've been on one once, like when I was younger, but like no. I don't feel the need to ride a motorcycle. Either. But probably when I was younger, like once. But after a week of picking one's way carefully along the path of reasoning and thought, one begins to see results. So, is that why all of your off-the-cuff deductions always seem half-baked? What a wonderful insight into your extraordinary mind charms. It's not that hard. True. I just don't have much desire to drive. Unfortunately, after wobbling down the street, I noticed there was little stones everywhere, death traps. Not that way, I said to myself. But the wild vehicle wouldn't listen. It wobbled on down the street. And of course, I hit one of those deadly stones and the crazy colt threw me. You don't drive then? Nah. I don't feel the need to drive. Like, I can take public transport. Pretty alright. or walk. Like if I lived in America, I probably would have had to learn to drive, but like America is like drive or die pretty much. Like it's just like it's so car orientated in America that it's like it just feels strange. Like I went to Canada like 2 years ago, 3 years ago, and it's like it just feels strange seeing the streets being so massive. Like it's not walkable. Yeah, most people use cars in America. Yeah, like I don't agree with that kind of thing. Like I don't feel the need for it for cars. I mean, it's nice to have your own. It's nice to have your own car. I guess it's nice to have your own car. It's nice to have your own car. Like, you know, for convenience. But at the same time, it's like there's taxes. There's other stuff as well. A lot. Yeah. In Asia, people use because motorcycles are cheaper in Asia. Yeah, motorcycles or like even like what they called, like, you know, when they attach like another bit to the motorcycle, a carriage next to it. Yeah, those ones as well in Asia. Yeah. Well, I think they're trying. Like some countries in Asia are trying to like move away from motorcycles eventually. They're trying to, at least. When it comes to this, I think Chinese and everything undeveloped is because he only ate enough to survive. Just games. Yeah, I just view Silver Wolf as mostly just like she's just short. I don't see her as young. I don't think of her as being young. I just see her as being short. Like she's just short. That's it. She's short. That's it. It's like Payla. Like Payla is obviously older, but she's just very short. A gamer someone had eaten. Yeah, probably. Probably. Mostly in Europe, mostly car. It depends. Like some like I know for the Netherlands, Amsterdam, that kind of thing, bicycles are dominant in the Netherlands. Netherlands, Holland, however you say it. Germany, I think Germany has decent transport systems, but yeah, otherwise, yeah, car is pretty. There is cars as well, but not as overly car reliant as America. It's just my luck. Bicycles are epitome of my pitiful life. I wish I could disagree. You know what country uses bicycles the most? Which one? Even Britain has a decent bicycle usage. I see. Even Britain has decent bicycle usage. Like even there's like rentable bikes. Like it's over the world now. Like you can rent bicycles and stuff like that as well. Do you think Scroonum is? No idea. He could be like 100 years old. He's a robot. He could be 100 plus for all we know. He's a robot, so. On the same subject, I'm sure there's a famous American author who's written about similar experiences. I see. Oh yes, I've read that essay too, Iris. Some of us are better read than others. Well, no more bicycles for me. Oh, Natsume. At least you have an interesting anecdote to take back to Japan, if nothing else. You always manage to put a positive spin on things, don't you, Sato? His design makes me think might have been the steampunk era. Maybe. I mean, he has his own planet, so it could be like steampunk planet, pretty much. His own planet is steampunk-like. Did he go to own a car? I see. Personally, I haven't mounted a bicycle for some time. No, me neither. That's good. So, how about a jaunt? We shall ride out together. Huh? That sounds great. I'll perch behind you, Mrs. Otto. But the sun is going down. It'll be pitch black before long. London street lamps are pretty bright, you know. and the fog isn't too thick today. And my beloved ride is all bent out of shape. My dear fellow, if you are bound to topple the vehicle anyway, it's fitting that it's already bent out of shape. It's settled then. Come along, Natsume. Shall we go? Tsuki ga kirei desu ne. Don't tell me that it's translation of no thank you as well. Indeed, Natsume. The moon is at its most beautiful at precisely this time of evening. Oh. We're not Japanese. You can't beat around the bush with us. What a weird, wonderful world. I think he does appreciate the company, at least. He does appreciate the company. Alright, 2 more. Briar Road. Chilling escapade about Chilling's escape from the clutches of Rolly and Pat Beat. Only just found on the street. You know, people on the obvious suspect, but Rinosuke and Iris seem to be passing, and the plot quickly thickens. That'll be cool to see. Yeah, that'll be cool. I want to save up for him. Potentially, I want Ron, May, and Screwlum. So yeah, and I think we'll probably get a Herta alternative character. Like with Dan Hung, we're probably gonna get a Herta alt down the line with like her actual body. So yeah, I mean, it's just save for like there's a character you're interested in, like not gameplay wise, but like just a character that you might want, like or whatever, just because you want the character. Like that's for me with Fushun. Like I'm saving for Fushun at the moment, and it's just because I want her. Like I know I should probably get more DPS, but I want Fushun. I'm tempted for Dan Hung, but like I need to save. So I know I need more DPS. Like my DPS isn't great, but so I was tempted by Blade, but yeah. Edo Sam is the only one you can think of. Character design, I see what you mean. Yeah, both like tall old dudes kind of vibes. Sir, Constable Rory B, reporting for duty. Thanks to the good officers of Lord Van Zeeks, I'm back on the beat here in the capital. Do my best for the good citizens of London, sir. Ah, my Rolly, back in Bobby's uniform. You couldn't look more handsome if you tried. Ah, my love, you say the sweetest things. Oh, Pat. Oh, Rolly. To us, Lord Van Zeeks is the Reaper of the Barrier. Oh no, of course not. He's the patron saint of the Bobbies. The patron saint? Oh yes, Pat. You're so right, my darling. Keeping us in the pocket, he is. He actually isn't. Pretty much. He legit isn't. Yeah, it's legit. It's legit Strongheart. This is obviously like in the past, but yeah. On my first day back on the job, what did I find in the gutter? A shilling, my love. A whole shilling. Oh, Rolly, I always believed in you. I always knew one day you'd find some big small change. With just that shilling, I could buy you a cheap bunch containing a single flower, my love. My sugar. A single flower. Oh, how romantic. But I'm so sorry, Pat. Only moments ago, that shilling disappeared. Disappeared? But how, my love? I think maybe... No, I'm sure. It was this girl right here, sir. You swiped my precious shilling, didn't you, you cheeky little diver? Alright, yeah. Okay, yeah, Gina, like, her first design was no coat at all. And then she got her green coat in the second game. Blimey. You took your time getting round to me, didn't you? I thought that lovey-dovey stuff weren't ever gonna end. So, a shilling, you say? Nothing from you, were it? Don't know nothing about it. Where's the evidence, eh? Right there. The evidence is dancing around the back of your hand, young lady. You stole it from me. It lived in my pocket just now. You got a nurse thing from my Bobby. Cobblers, this coin's mine. How could you know anyway? How could you know it was just taken just now or not? Dear me, you don't get it, do you? We've hardly got a penny to our name, so that coin felt as heavy as a bar of gold. Eh? I'm telling you, the moment it left my pocket, I knew. I felt myself get myself a few pounds lighter, literally. Ah. Yup, that coin's got my blood, sweat, and tears all over it. What's the matter with you, eh, Mr. Nara-Odo? Me? Sorry? When a lady's in trouble, a true gent's supposed to be there to help. Straight away, not an hour later. This isn't my fault. I haven't stolen anything. And what about you, eh, Sholmes? I thought you were supposed to be a great detective. Dear me, Mrs. Strayed. You took your time getting round to me, didn't you? I thought that long dispute was never going to end. When he said, give us a minute, when we spotted you over the road and said hello. And that was 10 minutes ago, Ginny. You've just been standing here listening to you quarrel with this Bobby. Do beg your pardon, madame. We shouldn't be troubling you the public with police business. But that shilling belongs to us, doesn't it, Rolly? Of course it does, my love. It's just for you and me, my darling. This was just supposed to be a nice stroll with Iris and Sholmes before afternoon tea. Why do we have to run into another fiasco on Briar Road? I don't really know how we could do anything to help, Gina. There's no way of knowing who the coin really belongs to if it just dropped in the gutter. I wouldn't be so sure of that, Runo. Okay, yes, this is after, yeah, this is after Case 5 in the first game, because Susato isn't here. It's just Sholmes, Iris, and Rinosuke. I have a feeling I might know the answer to the question of whose coin that is. Ah, my bright young yellow fellow lodger. Let's hear deduction. It appeals to me. Does the rough looking outfit does it for me? I see, yeah. It's like the, yeah, she's like a pickpocket. She was one. Yeah, like the rough, I guess like rough outfits, I guess, like living rough. Well, there's actually a reason why I suggested a stroll down Briar Road. Oh, what reason? You see, I was here yesterday and, well, I dropped a little something. I wanted to come and look for it while enjoying an afternoon stroll. Wait, you dropped something? You don't mean... It was the pocket money that Hurley gave me. Promise I have a perfect example. Oh, I see, yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah, I see. What's this, Iris? You dropped that, did you? I'm sorry. I went to the market on Lime Street yesterday to pick up some herbs, you see. But on the way, I must have dropped it. The 1 shilling coin you gave me. Oh! A 1 bob bit? Yes, and when I thought back on the route I took, I realized I must have dropped it here. Constable, you haven't seen it, have you? It's all my pocket money, now it's gone. Well, I'm afraid I don't know anything about this, young lady. What rotten luck dropping your money like that? Sorry. I dare say the constable and his companion could give you a run for the money with their wide eyes. It's all the same to you, Sholmes. I think I prefer not to be used as a yardstick for looking guilty. Well, it's tough really, innit, Iris? You dropped it, so it ain't yours anymore. The reason just looks like too gaudy, I guess. I see. Anyway, you know what they say, what goes around comes around, so don't feel bad. Bad luck, Iris. It looks like you're going to get your money back. Oh, I can't believe I've lost it. And straight after Hurley gave it to me as well. Yes, regrettably indeed. I seem to recall that particular coin was rather significant. What do you mean, significant? To be specific, it was especially significant to you, Runo. Significant to me? You don't mean it was the coin from last night's wager? This very same, my dear fellow. What's this then? What wager? It was a game of poker. A duel between Hurley and Runo. Poker? What tricky card game you mean? That tricky card game? As a lawyer, I have the perfect poker face. You'll never be able to tell what I'm thinking, said he. But depriving Narhodov of his entire fortune was even easier than finding that missing thoroughbred. It was so infuriating relieving it Reliving it now makes me grit my teeth. Sorry, Iris. I had every intention of paying you back the money I owe you. But you have to wait, I'm afraid. Yes, I know. Don't worry. Next month is fine. Let me guess, Odo. Your old fortune... It was 1 shilling. My entire monthly stipend. I lost all of it. Damn, strong heart doesn't give you much money, huh? As I handed it over to Sholmes, I gritted my teeth so hard that my gums started to bleed. Wasn't Sherlock at the yeah, he still was. Yeah, Sherlock Sholmes is still. He means that. No. He means this. A lawyer must. He's saying in quotes. As a lawyer, it's in quotes. Said he. He means that as a lawyer, I have the perfect poker face. He means that that's what Ryunosuke said. It's in quotes. Please, Runo, don't exaggerate. That's a horrible image. What about a lawyer who borrows money from a 10-year-old girl? That's a horrible image. Why do I feel like my reputation with the couple has just fallen through the floor? There are a few things more invigorating than taking a man for what all he's worth. Don't be so pleased with yourself, Hurley. It's not as if Runo ever had a chance of winning. Wait, what? What do you mean by that? Well, us using that special ink I developed, anyone could. Thank you, Iris. That will do. I'm sure this conversation is proving very dull for everyone. What's done is done. The game is over now. There's no point crying over spilt milk. Special ink, you say? Well, sure. That sounds like a sort of risky business that's right up my alley. Oh, Rolly, I love your dauntless spirit. You laugh in the face of danger. Come on then, Iris. Spill it. What's this special ink about, eh? Ah, well, what's sometimes called invisible ink? All you have to do is write the suit and number on the reverse side of every card. And with the aid of a special glasses, the whole game is laid bare to you. Wait, you were wearing glasses that last night, weren't you, Sholmes? You said something along the lines of, my eyesight appears to be suddenly worsened. And the moment you failed to question that as odd was the moment I knew I had won the game. Mind games, was it? Trying to throw me off with your eccentric ways? So you're telling me Sholmes could see every card what Odo had? What? That's not mind games. That's blatant cheating. My dear fellow, what an accusation. Would you honestly consider me a cheat? Please, I prefer trickster. Whatever you call it, the game doesn't count now. Understand, Sholmes? Dear me. Well, out of respect for the bad grace with which you take defeat, I'm going to return your shilling. Did you hear that, Gina? Give it here. Leave me out of this. This is one bob bit that was mine from the start, no question. No, sir. That there one bit was lifted from this here Poppy's pocket a few minutes ago. So you keep saying, come on then, where's the evidence? Eh? The law, right, is all about evidence. I know my stuff. You see, Naruhodo? I tried excuse in court, and others will parrot it. Only whenever I do say in court, it isn't as tried excuse, you know. As I said, sir, the coin has got my blood, sweat, and tears all over it. That's right, it has. All these blood, sweat, and tears are the evidence. Blood, you say? In that case, it's time. For this. Ah, do you think... Well, if there's any trace of blood on that coin, we'll soon know about it. Alright, Ginny, hold up very still. What? Ah. Look at that. See there on the coin? It's clearly changed color. In other words, there's blood on this coin. Once again, I said, sir, it'll be my blood, sweat. Ooh, wait. I've seen blood turn that color before. I know whose coin it is. What? That's rightful owner of this bloodstained shilling is... Runo. Huh? Me. And from the appearance of the blood, I would say it is quite fresh. Not within the last 24 hours. Within the last... Ah, in that case... So, is it the coin what Sholmes out of Odo last night in the poker game? Oh, Bruno, do you mean you really did make your gums bleed? Yeah, I was about to say, yeah. I told you, I was so infuriated to lose. I had to grit my teeth. I had all the money. Blimey, you're as hard up as me by the sound of it. But I thought you had a proper job. Come on, Gina, just hand it over, would you? The shilling, that's rightfully mine. Ah, fine. Alright then, just stop your bleeding staring. Okay, so it really was Iris's coin. I finally have it back. It's like a dream come true. I nearly had that one in the bag and all. That's wonderful news, Runo. I'm happy for you. Now then, as you promised, I'd like my money back, please. The shilling I lent you before. Yeah, it's Iris's coin. You did say you'd pay it back out of this month's pocket money, didn't you? Oh, yeah. Well then, I suppose. My dear fellow, do be kind to your gums. Looks like that shilling was always destined to be taken from you, sir. For some reason, the phrase serves you right is floating around in my head. So, Iris, as promised, here is the shilling I owe you. Oh, you're repaying me already. Well, thank you. Next one would have been fine, though. What's it all about, anyway? What are you lending Otto money for? Ah, yes. Well, actually, it's because I went to Lime Street Market yesterday to buy herbs. For Runo. Herbs? For Odo. The tea is also left behind his top quality Gyokuro tea, but it's just so bitter. So then Iris suggested mixing with some herbs to make it more palatable. I asked her to buy some. That's right. We've made a special Japanese herbal tea with the leftover Gyokuro. I'm going to call it Sushi's Special Blend. I do hope you all try it. The excruciating bitterness clings to the throat. If you can persuade a bright green gloop to lead the cup. Why, it sounds quite delicious. Yeah, right. Also, I didn't expect we'd be going for like 5 hours. Like, the trial took like 2 to 3 hours left. And then 2 hours for like the credits. Well, plus credits, I guess. Plus like 2 hours of like the small stories. I didn't expect to be around for this long. It would appear this shilling's brief adventures are now an end. Adventures? You must agree, my dear fellow, that the coin has made a considerable journey since last night. Let's see. Originally, it was a coin I was supposed to give to Iris to pay for our herbs, but then in our poker duel last night, it passed to you, Sholmes, who gave to Iris the spending money. But then I dropped it here sometime yesterday. Then my beloved Volley found it a little while ago, picked it up, before it was lifted from my pocket by the hair diver. I then used my favorite gun to show that blood was on it, and let it slip from Sholmes' little scam in his card game last night. The moment which resulted in the coin returned to the ownership of Mr. Naruhodo, allowing me to pay Iris the money I owed her after all, for the herbs she bought in order to make Susie's special blend tea. And now, after all that, the coin is resting safely in my pocket. Yeah, you're right. That was an adventure. But what are we supposed to take away from it, eh? That this one shilling coin belongs to Iris and Iris alone, I think. I cannot fault your observation, Runo. Mr. Naruhodo. Well, you know what they say. What goes around, comes around. Why do I get the feeling that Iris knew was coming around to her from the very beginning? Priceless, as they say. Well then, my dear fellow, how about this evening we indulge in some bitter tea and a bitter rematch? I'll even allow you to stake the coin, the coming month's spending money in advance. I fold. I wish there was more of these for like the second game, with some of the second game's cast of scenarios. But it was mostly focused on the first game. Alright, now this last one. With Van Zeeks for one of them. Date unknown, the Old Bailey courtroom. This court is now in session for the trial of Mr. Herlock Sholmes. This is a most extraordinary case of murder, counsels. I assume I may proceed. Yes, my lord. The defense is ready. At your discretion, my lord. Very well. I hereby call on the prosecution to introduce the case. The incident in question took place 2 days ago. Late at night, I was the ground was blanketed with snow. The patient of the incident was the residence of the accused, Herlock Sholmes. Indeed, the well-famous address of the number 221B Baker Street, was it? Address may have enjoyed fame once, my lord, but it henceforth enjoyed infamy for its grim crime. Yes, sir. Well put. The victim, a certain Madame Rosie, was found asleep on the accused's sofa. My word.
Objection!
But it's unclear as to whether the victim was actually killed in the defendant's suite or not. After all, when Sholmes left the room for only a brief moment, Madame Rosie somehow vanished out of his room completely. Vanished herself, counsel? The victim? Quite true, my lord. There is but one adjoining door between my drawing room and kitchen. Yet having brewed some tea in the kitchen, I returned to find the room completely empty. There was nobody else present. Ordinarily, my fellow lodger Iris would have been at home. However, on the day in question, she had been invited to a meeting of scientific society in the city. I'm afraid you have a propensity for exaggeration, sir. You claim the victim vanished herself, but really, it seems entirely plausible that she chose to leave via the main entrance to her suite. As it happens, my lord, the door to the accused's room was locked at the time, from the inside. Very true, Inspector. As such, I can say with considerable certainty that the victim did not leave via my front door. But what about, aha, yes, they could have snuck through the window.
Objection!
The windows in the room were not locked, it's true, and the victim had the opportunity, however. However, there was the snow all around the building outside, not a patch of it to be disturbed. Would my learned friend care to explain how a victim could have left without leaving a trail? So the victim, Madame Rosie, somehow vanished from the scene before she was killed. Ah. Naturally, I was alarmed by the sudden disappearance of my guest. So I summoned this gentleman, who resides in the attic above my room, and we took a cab to Scotland Yard. I can confirm the defendant called for me, and I saw his suite on my way downstairs. And yes, I'm quite sure it was empty, as Sholmes had said. When we reached the yard, the detective happened to be there. Well, yes, you see, I was just in my office for a while, having got back from some, important business. And then, having explained the situation to the inspector, we travelled back to Baker Street together. At that time, there was no footprints on the snow around the building other than the ones we made. We asked taking in counsel. You personally witnessed the scene where the incident took place. No, my lord. I went straight to my bed in my own room in the attic. Inspector Gregson, however, was met with a most blood-curdling sight. On Sholmes' sofa, the vanished Madame Rose, motionless. So the victim was already dead when you found her, Inspector? No, my lord, not dead, but not far from it. She must have our strength remaining to save his dying words. That rotter, Sholmes, will be death of me. Ah yes, I overheard the remark at the time too. They were in a rasping voice, full of malice. No. Those words indeed proved to be her last. The victim expired moments later, there on the sofa. The cause of death was identified as damage to the respiratory tract as a result of strangulation. Pray, does the accused dare to contest the inspector's account? Certainly not. In fact, the inspector had done an unusually fine job summarizing the salient points. Sholmes will be the death of me. Damning departing words indeed. In her final moments, the victim named her killer. You, Mr. Herlock Sholmes.
Objection!
But the defendant had no reason to take the victim's life. Perhaps you could tell this court, Sholmes, who actually this Madame Rosie was? Ah, yes, of course. Did I never mention her to you? I'd extended an invitation to her that evening. Well, she was loquacious in the extreme. The most trivial of matters, even with quarrel. I was only too pleased to leave her presence to make tea. Great. It would appear then that the accused did in fact have a motive for silencing the heuristic guest permanently.
Objection!
Putting that tenuous motive aside, what about the other mysteries surrounding the case? I'm inclined to agree with the defense. There remain a number of scrutable details. Victims' alleged disappearance and subsequent reappearance, leaving no trail of footprints, for example. That's right, the crime described by the prosecution could never have happened. And the victim was named the accused in her dying breath. It seems to me that my learned friend has overlooked a significant detail here. Nonsense. What have I overlooked? The man in the dock, the so-called great detective, all too frequently makes the following bold claim. There is no crime beyond the realms of possibility, no mystery beyond my powers of reasoning. Ugh. So, Sholmes, you have no difficulty explaining how the crime thus described could have taken place. Therefore, I propose a toast to the great detective upholding his name. Well, of course, or I had to put my mind on the matter. The crime would immediately appear to be all present, to be entirely feasible. Please, Sholmes, whose side are you on? I guess this is why we can't have Sholmes in court. He was seduce things too much. No, I can't think of any way the crime could have been committed. Let the accused commission be noted by the court. For the crime may appear impossible to us mortals of inferior mental capacity, this man alone claims to know exactly how it was done.
Hold it!
Now, hold on. That's a very fragile argument. Thank you, counsels. I believe I've heard more than enough to reach my education. The accused great detective did in some unscrupulous manner willingly murder the victim, Madame Rosie. Therefore, find the defendant guilty. Let this man be taken to this courtroom and in some incredible manner be sanctioned for his crimes. Court is adjourned.
Hold it!
My lord, please. The truth about the mysteries surrounding the case are known to another besides the great detective. What's this? Upon my words, Mr. Naruto, you're coming along wonderfully. You've deduced the fundamental truth about this case, I believe. Which would be, detective, that the truth to this case is known only to the true culprit, obviously. Is that not so, Gregson? What? Well, suppose. You don't mean... You're suggesting, Sholmes, that you have an idea as to what actually happened that night? An idea? My dear fellow, I could explain the entire incident from start to finish with not a single detail omitted.
Objection!
It seems that the detective has failed to grasp the situation. Pray, Mr. Reaper, which of us has truly failed to grasp the situation, I wonder? Then answer me this. You claimed that prior to the incident, the victim suddenly vanished without a trace from your room. If so, how exactly did Rosie disappear? Why, naturally, via the window. It's ajar after all. But that can't be. The room is full of story. There's a whole story above street level. Anyway, no prints were found in the room. There are any number of ways one could avoid leaving the tracks in snow, surely. Such as flying, for instance. A fatuous notion. And to where do you propose the victim flew, Sholmes? Is it not entirely plain? The culprit's abode, of course, for having left my suite, but claiming where Madame Rosie was murdered. Take a moment to consider the cruel irony, if you will. By her own volition, she flew right to her death.
Objection!
Do you forget, detective? The victim's corpse was discovered on your own sofa. No doubt because her killer carried her back there. What, Gregson just carried her back, huh? I guess this is a nonsense case. Well, look, like a footprints in the snow again, then. There just weren't any. Over on your own, from when we returned home ourselves. If by our footprints you refer to our own mine, you are quite right. There was another. On the night in question, there was another person who could have conveyed the victim to my sofa. What? Good gracious, to whom do you refer, sir? A man whose somewhat unveiling presence at the scene of the crime will be questioned by no one. Unavailing? Ah, you don't mean... Indeed I do. A man who hastened to the scene directly upon learning of the incident at Scotland Yard. Namely... you, Inspector Gregson. Yeah? When you arrived at my address in Baker Street, you were carrying a half-dead Madame Rosie with you. You waited for the suitable opportunity and then laid the victim on my sofa. He did? What? No evidence, just like deduction. But we were with the inspector when you arrived. How could he possibly have been carrying the victim? We could have noticed. My dear fellow, a most obvious answer presents itself, does it not? The inspector is rarely, if ever, without his own overcoat. The victim was simply conveyed in many of his pockets. I fail to see what makes this detective great. I can only say one thing certainly. A human body cannot fit into the pocket of an overcoat. Well, Rosie's not human. I believe you all may have fallen foul of a rather significant misapprehension. What? Madame Rosie was not human. I beg your pardon? Sholmes? Yes, Naruto? Something troubles you, perhaps? Whatever gives you the idea. Exactly what sort of creature was Madame Rosie? A bird. Is it not apparent already? A parakeet, of course. Huh? A most sophisticated specimen, in fact. A parakeet? She was an incessant talker, I must say. Her manner was quite intolerable at times. Well, to turn every conversation into a quarrel, I fought to strangle the creature on more than one occasion. You had a quarrel with a parakeet? But of course, why else would she have chosen to fly from my window so uncordially that day? To the abode, the inspector here beside me, no less. To Inspector Gregson's abode? But why? Because that was the parakeet's home, naturally. What are you... The inspector was called... away from town for some days, so I arranged I would look after the bird. But it would appear she was overcome with a sudden yearning for a keeper, thus prompting her flight from my comfortable suite to the inspector's office at Scotland Yard. Well, Gregson, I believe it's high time you explained. Give us your current account of what happened that night. Spare no details, of course. Inspector Gregson? It was an accident. I got back from being away that evening, you see. I walked through that door in my office. I never imagined Rosie would be on her way back to the yard as well. I slammed the door shut behind me, just as she was trying to fly through it. So, Madame Rosie... she got sandwiched between the door and the frame and fell to the floor. Never to move again. Because of me. Well, I never. I had to do something, and just when I was trying to think of a plan, you fellas arrived talking about some incident at Baker Street. Ah! I had to hide Madame Rosie in a hurry, so I stuffed her in my coat pocket and got in a cab with the pair of you. Alright, telling Gregson that your pet was missing. What could have possibly motivated you to behave in such a manner, Gregson, Inspector? Lord Strongheart, sir. What? Lord Strongheart? Please tell me I didn't hear that right. This is Chief Justice who asked me to look after the bird in the first place. She'd been living the pigeons at the Supreme Court until then. But apparently the other birds had started to pick on her. I think it's just going for like funny irony, like, yeah, Strongheart is the mastermind. The past 6 years or so, months or so, I'm caring for her in my office at the yard. I see. If anything happened to that bird, just imagine. No pay and no time off for the rest of my career. Read about my words. That's what gonna happen next. That's why well... The victim's dying words, Inspector. The court heard earlier that Rosie spoke the name of her sitting on a deathbed. That rotter, Sholmes, will be the death of me. Indeed she did, quite uncalled for when you agree. But those words are your true feelings, are they not, Inspector? Turns out, not really. Gregson, well, I mean, Sholmes couldn't protect Gregson, but Gregson died because of, Jigoku. Ugh. And Strongheart. Clearly you speak of me often at your office at the yard, in this disparaging manner. A manner that the merry parakeet took much delight in mimicking. Well, come on. I mean, have you read this month's edition of Rants magazine? Hey, I'm... sorry. This is all absolutely true. Something wrong, Lord Van Zeeks? No, nothing. I almost drifted off for a moment there. It's hard not to drift off when you've been kept waiting 3 hours already. I wonder if we'll manage to meet Lord Strongheart at all today. We may have to deliver the report on the Windy Bank case he asked for another day. Tell me, Inspector, what became of that bird? Madame Rosie, you mean? She had a narrow escape, but she's still alive. I delivered her back here not long ago, actually, on Lord Strongheart's orders. He's hoping the pigeons will accept her now. It was something of a shock to hear she'd been crushed in the doorway of your office. Especially when we were under the assumption that Rosie was a person. Sorry about that? It was Strongheart's demand that... Ah, good. You're here. I apologize for my tardiness. I'm exactly 3 hours and 24 minutes and 57 seconds late. Oh no, my lord. No. Please don't trouble yourself. Nothing gives us greater pleasure than standing here doing nothing for hours on end. Heartening. So, let's hear it then. Your report. Your Windy Bank trial's concluded, but this is far from over. Seems like the dark, Far Eastern lawyer and I have some shared destiny. We will meet again. Of that I have no doubt. Do you see that, Lord Van Zeeks? Did you... Rosie went flying in the morning among the pigeons there. How happy as Larry she was. Really, Inspector. You must be relieved. But yeah, they're all based on the first game, so not surprised. I wish there was more based on the second game. But I guess, I don't know, it'd be nice if there was a sequel or something. Like showing Sholmes and Iris going to Japan. But yeah. Make it quick and look at its thingy. Yeah, I mean I did, but these short stories lasted longer than I expected. It took like a good 2 hours. But yeah. 2 hour game, 3 hour bonus content, yeah. But yeah, it seems the only DLC for... No, the extra bits for Ace Attorney 2 was like these costumes you could wear. Let's see. But yeah, that was fun. That was fun. What's it called? Looking forward to... Well, I don't know. We'll see. But yeah. I'll sort out a schedule for next week then. Didn't expect this to last so long. 2024 Ace Attorney series speedrun. We use those scenes as breaks. But yeah. Next week we'll do AI vs Somnium Files Nirvana Initiative. We'll finish up End Roll as well. I might start something new. We'll see. And I do want to do something for 1K subscribers. Like maybe we'll do a Q&A. Maybe. I'll write that down. Like maybe we'll do a Q&A kind of thing for 1K, and also just like a look back. Well, not like watching my old stuff, but like looking at the thumbnails, I guess. Maybe. We'll see. I don't know. I'll do something for 1K. I'll probably, I don't know. We'll see. But yeah, I don't know if I'll do it. I don't know if I'll do it next week or not. We'll see. I have no idea. We'll see. I don't know. But yeah, I'll probably do that. I'll wait to see if things stabilize as well first. Like, things just go up and down funnily sometimes. Like, it just goes up and down, and it's like, oh. So, I'll wait and see until. I'll see if I do a Q&A. I'll do like a community post asking for questions. Maybe we'll see. I don't know. We'll see how it works. I have no idea. We'll see how that goes. But yeah. All right. That'll be all for today then. I'll sort up a schedule. Sub goal group pick. Ha. Looking. That'll be cute. But yeah. Very productive in working on my dreams. I mean, hopefully you can have time to work on that as well. Your dreams and stuff. And like, I hope that you'll get over your illness as well soon. You said you were sick a bit, so I hope it's not too bad. But yeah. Yeah. Alright. Schedule sorting out for some time. We'll do something next time. We'll do something before I pass. Okay, yeah, sure, yeah. Before you rest. Yeah. But yeah, I'll sort out a schedule for next week. End row and Somnium Files for sure. Anything else I'll see. I'll see either next week or the week after will be fine in 2 days. I see. Yeah. That'll be good. That's good then. But yeah, I'll do either a 1K thing next week or the week after maybe. I want to give it some time. If it's a Q&A, I need to give some time just to like have people ask questions. And obviously I can't answer everything in the sense that I can't if there's enough responses, I'll do it. I can't do like every question in terms of like I won't say everything. If that makes sense. So this ha. But yeah. Alright. That'll be all for now then. Catch you sometime next week. Bye bye for now. See ya. Bop, bop, bop.